Hey, Zach, what is going on? What was you watching? Ah, okay. Yeah, I've seen that stream before. If you're a railroad fan, that's cool to watch. I know I ran across once, like a year ago, there was a train live cam, but it was overseas. It was like either in Sweden or Norway. And it was like traveling like way out in the middle of nowhere in the mountains and real high up and everything, and gorgeous views. Hmm. No, Dennis, yo mama. What's up, brother? What shall I say? It's Friday, motherfuckers. FRIYAY. Come out and play. Oh, you want the link, Dennis? All right. There you go. Well, could you come up on, jump in and put that in the private chat so I'll be able to copy it. Cool. I got the song stuck in my head, but it's okay because it's a good song. Don't understand a fucking word of it because it's in Norwegian, but that's okay. Yeah, Zach, it was like, it got warm today. It was like probably about 75 when I left for work. And it stayed pretty warm and humid up until about maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock. And it started cooling down. And then we had a little bit of rain, maybe an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. And it poured like a motherfucker for, maybe 20, 30 minutes. And then drizzled out. And now it's just a very light drizzle. Actually, no, it stopped. And it's all heading towards Aaron. I don't know, I might pass him by. I might go north over the lake. Howdy.
Hey, what's up, Buttercup?
You're looking at it. Howdy.
Hey, what's up, Buttercup? Hey, let me move it here. Hold on.
Yeah, turn off your YouTube tab.
Yeah, turn on the audio. Turn off the audio on YouTube. So basically, there's a petition going around. They already have over right around 2,300,000 signatures on the Convention of States, Article 10 of the Constitution, which basically says if enough states gather together, they can amend the Constitution.
I heard something else about the 10th Amendment today, having to do with the powers of federal government versus state government.
And basically, the Constitution says that if there aren't any powers specified to the federal government, then basically the states have them.
Mm-hmm.
The federal government is, exceeding its bounds, that was given to it by the Constitution. So I think Spassky was saying in one of her press conferences that federal law overrules state law, but that's not true. The federal government doesn't have the authority given to it by the Constitution, and it doesn't have any authority over it at all. But that's one of the reasons they stopped teaching civics, so people didn't know anything about the Constitution. So they can save
when I was in high school, I graduated '98. Civics wasn't even taught; it was considered social studies, and you had 1 year that concentrated on U.S. The history and modern application of U.S. government and everything, but it was so like in depth. They just brushed over everything. It was pathetic. I would have really appreciated a more in-depth course.
Yeah, I graduated in '72. I got a pretty in-depth course. Of course, I forgot about I forgot about a lot of it, but I know that it's not taught at all nowadays. But yeah, there's a good explanation of everything in the link I gave you, as well as a place to sign the petition. Basically, I want to get involved with this group to see what they're planning on doing, because it'd be good to amend the Constitution to strengthen the Constitution. Disband the NFA, get rid of all that bullshit.
Yep.
No, they can't do it. If we let them do whatever they want, trust in Jesus, they're going to get away with everything. They don't care about law. They don't care about the Constitution. They only care about what they can get away with by lying and manipulating and being divisive. They have an agenda, and by God, they're going to achieve it. And they don't care that they're not bound by ethics or morality at all.
Now, refresh my memory. Are you in Arizona?
I'm in Texas.
Oh, okay. Because I saw the weirdest fucking thing today coming out of Arizona.
About the audit?
No, it's Arizona's dealing with their monsoon season right now, and these freaky wildlife are popping up there.
Oh yeah, they look like miniature horse crabs.
They're called dinosaur shrimp.
Yep.
They got 3 eyes.
Horse crabs.
Oh, they do look like a horseshoe crab. They're like, or maybe something from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Nasty looking motherfuckers.
Look like something from one of those C movies. You can make it really large and have it attack a town. And do a cheap horror flick.
Yeah, like something from Mars Attacks.
I'll get a picture up here. Hold on.
Yeah, they're freaky looking.
Dinosaur shrimp. I'm going to do a screen share and I'll play a little video here. You see that?
I'm bringing it up now.
Am I showing the wrong screen? I got it.
Yep. That is horrifying.
Yeah, they go dormant for years.
Yeah, it says they were just discovered last year, or last month rather. That's kind of cool.
So it reminded me of some of the cicadas.
What's up,
Anyway,
Susan?
I better get some sleep. I thought I'd jump on and let you all know. Maybe people can pass that petition on. Be good to get this
Hey,
separate
Susan,
off the
you
ground.
got some like really bad noise coming through your mic. Like something's
Right
brushing
now.
up against your mic.
Who,
Right now.
me?
Yeah.
Oh, no. How come I don't hear
That's
you?
weird.
Try dropping out and coming back in. Oh man, that's terrible.
That's crazy. That's some crazy noise. Static.
Maybe it's the plug
Yeah,
for her microphone
possibly.
if it's external. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought I'd jump on for a moment and pass that on. It'd be good to get as many people as possible to sign this petition. Basically, you sign it and it'll go to your state legislature. You put your zip code in, it'll go to your state legislature. And then
Cool.
they're keeping track of it.
Yeah, I'll save the link. I'll share it around a couple of times tonight.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Tell other people to share, 2 yields 4, 4 years, 4 yields 8, 8, 16, 32, and so on.
Cool.
We gotta stop these yo-yos. But it sounds like people are starting to step up and stand up more and more. Just hope it's not too late. It's going to be crazy. China's in the financial jam. We're putting ourselves in the financial jam. Is there anything new with you?
No, just work.
Work.
Got the weekend off finally though, so
yeah.
Gonna relax and clean house.
I'm driving my wife to the airport. She's going to be gone for a week visiting her daughter and grandson, so I'm going to have to do Mr. and Mom for a week for our 5-month-old.
Yeah, how's it doing?
Good, real good. I only hope I can stay awake. He sleeps really good at night, though. Last night he slept 8 hours straight. And typically he only wakes up maybe once, twice a night with, like 3, 4 hours in between, 5 hours in between. So that's pretty decent. In the day, though, it's he doesn't want to sleep. He wants to go as much as he can, and then he takes little cat naps and wakes up again. He's a lot of fun, though. Well, jam on. Good talking to you for a moment, and take care and God bless.
All right, you too, Dennis. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
What about now?
Right. 100 times better.
Oh, good. Now, I was just telling Dennis, what I want to tell him, that in the Constitution, it states that if anyone says anything against the Constitution, the president, whoever, we don't have to acknowledge it. We don't have to follow it. It's automatically nullified. In other words, it's just done.
Mm-hmm.
So, he can say whatever he wants, but it's the people that's compliant. That's the problem. Because people are brainwashed,
Yep.
But do you see that in your area?
To some extent. People are waking up. Well, Ohio has been kind of red for a while now. Now it's the only blue parts are around the 5 major cities.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, New York is starting to wake up. They're fighting back, but you still got a lot of people that fell for every lie from the beginning of last year. And that's what people don't realize, that everything was a lie. I mean, they even told President Trump a lie, and he fell for it also.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't know any better. He thought that he helped people, but in reality, uh, all this whole thing has nothing to do with what they said it is. Oh, what happened with sick pat account? Something happened?
Well, we don't have access to control for his YouTube account
Oh,
because, yeah, because Kim can't figure out the password for it.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so Zoom's saying that somehow he got banned or blocked or something over there. So
Mhm.
there's nothing we can do because we're locked out of it as well.
Oh.
We can only use it, as a restream platform. That's it.
Mhm. Well, can somebody that's a monitor on there take take off the
No,
block?
no, the way that his account was set up was any kind of uh, the mods over there didn't have like executive privileges. It only
Oh.
Sick Pat was able to control things like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we only use it because Kim insists that we use it, to keep
Mhm.
Pat's memory going. So
Yeah, yeah,
it is what it is.
yeah. I want to ask him how long was he banned, because I thought he was on there a week ago.
I don't know.
Oh.
I'll ask Wizard about it later. He might be able to do something, but because
Mhm.
he's the the stream owner on our end, he's got more
Mhm.
privileges than I do.
Mhm.
So I'll ask him.
Oh, okay.
I
Where is everybody tonight? It's like everybody,
don't
nobody's.
know. Aaron ended early, I guess. People might be over at Bears,
Oh.
or they might be over at Deer Butches. I don't know.
Mhm. I'm doing okay, Zoom. How are you?
Hey, there's Huckleberry. She says Wizard is coming soon. Okay, which means they were on the phone together.
Oh, okay. Hi, Huckle. So, why don't you come up here, Huckle? She came on before.
Yeah, a couple times I think, but I wasn't there.
Mhm.
Yeah, Bill ain't here yet. While we're waiting for everybody to show up, I'm gonna roll a joint.
Okay, cool.
Do, do.
Oh yeah, he can come. What about Zoom? Zoom, come up here.
Yeah, there's a lot of earthquake activity going on all over the place, man. It's not just
Mhm.
California.
heard we're gonna maybe not have electricity or something to do with the internet in the future. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not sure how true
Eh,
that is.
well, the electricity thing, it could be possible,
Mhm.
and I say that because okay, there's different. We still have different ways of generating electricity here in the U.S.
Mhm.
Um, Supposedly, Trump took care of hardening, like the internet that goes into the electric plants.
Mhm.
So I don't think they're hackable,
Mhm.
but you still have some plants that, they're non-nuclear. They're still coal-fired plants and oil burning plants across the country.
Mhm.
And if you start getting into supply shortages of coal or oil, I could see that being a problem.
That's what they're saying. Exactly what you said.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As far as the internet goes, I don't know. We've had this discussion before. Don T is of the opinion that we're unhackable as far as the internet goes, by
Mhm.
foreign powers. But then we just had, like 2 days ago, a head guy in the government resigned, and basically because he said our cybersecurity setup is no match for China.
Oh wow.
So I don't know.
Mhm. Yeah, we just have to wait and see. I heard that we're gonna have a dark winter, so I don't know what that means either.
Well, we're due for a bad winter. Yeah,
Mhm.
because it's like it's still um, summer basically where I'm at.
Yeah,
You
me
know,
too.
a lot of the trees haven't even started turning color yet; they're still all green.
Oh
So
wow.
it might be just delayed, and then all of a sudden they go from summer to winter.
Mhm. Yeah, that's
And
right.
you know,
Yeah.
I don't care. I like wintertime. Um, I'm getting to the point where I don't particularly care much for like shoveling and
Yeah, I don't like
snow
that.
blowing and stuff.
Right.
But as far as cold temperatures, it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but that's what I don't like about winter shoveling and the snow, and you can't really move around too much.
Zach's, yeah, I've got two nuclear power plants near me, Zach. One's about maybe 30 miles west of me, and the other's about 50 miles east of me.
Wow.
And the one that's west of me, the closer one, it came really close to having a really bad accident. Probably about 10 years ago.
Wow.
They weren't checking the equipment like they were supposed to, and it turns out that like one of the core vessels in the reactor setup was corroding really bad to the point where like the vessel, the lid of this vessel was something like 5 inches thick, and the corrosion ate through like 4 inches of it. It was kind of scary when it came public. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live anywhere near Savannah River, man. that's that's a nasty place. Uh, I know that's upriver from you, dude. Good luck with that. If it ever go, there's all kinds of nasty shit there. They used to use some of the reactors there to make the plutonium for our weapons programs. Anything going on in New York?
They just keep protesting, and they're doing it like tomorrow. And I think people from like what's his name? The Kennedy guy, Robert Kennedy. Those
Mm.
people are gonna be there tomorrow.
He's the young guy, right?
No, the old guy, Robert Kennedy Jr.
Oh,
Whatever.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. There's another Kennedy. in the Democrat Party that's part of that family, I think, that is
Yeah.
real young.
Mm-hmm. He's the one that has like trouble talking. You know. Yeah. But they doing it once a week here, at least once, maybe even more, but once a week that I know of. They're protesting. I'm not really into protesting. I mean, I understand that they like doing it to get other people involved, but I don't see the point of it like helping, get rid of what's going on. I don't know. I don't think it helps much. You got to take them to court or something.
Now, what do you think about your new governor,
Oh, I don't like her either. She's just as bad as Como.
Cuomo?
And she thinks she's like God or God's I don't know, she says something like, "Oh, you should get the jab because God wants you to," or something.
Oh boy.
I mean, that's not even in the excuse me, that's not even in the Bible. I mean, actually, the Bible preaches not to get the jab. It's like against I don't know. You're not supposed to like put anything like chemicals in your body.
I'm not going to trust anybody who thinks that they speak for God.
Right. Right,
Come
but
on
I'm
now.
saying that in the Bible, in the Bible it says like you're not supposed to be putting things in your body, unknown things, and you're not even supposed to be wearing the mask according to the Bible, because that's like sinister people wear it.
Mm-hmm. Did along the lines of Mark of the Beast and all that.
Right.
What's up, Kay?
So nobody wants to come up here?
Yeah, it's only 11:15.
Mm-hmm.
We might get some more people in about 15 minutes.
You're on the East Coast, right? Your time. Oh yeah, you have the same time.
We're still Eastern
Right.
here in Ohio.
Mm-hmm. And Sick Pat was from Ohio, right? Did he live
Yep.
near you?
About 45-minute drive west of here.
Oh, really? Did you ever meet up with him?
No, we had wanted to, but it just never ended up happening.
Oh.
And that was like the new place where he moved just a few years ago.
Right.
The old place that he lived was about 45 minutes the other direction.
Oh.
So we were always pretty close.
Oh, wow. I know he wanted to meet everybody. Like we were supposed to all meet up on 4th of July or something. We were supposed to get together.
Yeah, he was planning a get together out near where he used to live. It was going to be at a state park that was right on the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania. But that was right around the time that his dad was dealing with some major illnesses, and then their house burned down.
Wow.
So that did not happen.
And what happened to his uncle? Remember the uncle that used to always come over? You heard anything about him?
No, that was his father. That was always in the background.
No, there was an uncle that used to come over and he used to bring him pot and stuff. Don't you remember? Like that was in the. Oh.
No, I don't remember that.
He said he would bring him food sometimes. I think it was his father's. Yeah, his father's brother.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd have to look over the obituary again.
I know he had a sister. Maybe I think he had two sisters. Oh, is she coming on? She said she's gonna hop on for a minute. Okay.
Well, there's the link for you if you want to pop in.
Did you hear anything though? Like his sisters was involved with anything when it happened to him? I mean, or you didn't hear anything about it?
What, when the house burned down?
Yeah, with that and everything else.
No,
No.
no.
I'm surprised. I know he had a niece, and he was close with his niece, because she actually helped him when he first came on the internet.
Yeah, Kim's the one to ask about all that stuff.
Yeah. Have you seen? Has she been on lately?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I think she was on last night or the night before.
Oh, okay.
I haven't been on
Mhm.
for a while. This is the first time I've been on panel in about a week.
Oh, because of work.
Work, and I really haven't been feeling good lately.
Oh.
Um, I'm not going to go into it, but I've got some questionable medical things going on that I might have
Oh.
to go get checked out.
Mhm. Oh, I hope it turns out okay. It might be
Me too.
something. Yeah. That's I don't know. Like I feel like most of our problems in our body, many, not most of it, but many of it has to do with deficiency of some sort. You know, but they, they're gonna end up putting you on. I mean, if it's something, they'll get you on medication instead of saying maybe you need a vitamin or something.
Well, in my case, this is more like kind of, how would I put it?
It's all right if you don't want to.
Overuse of certain body parts.
Oh, okay,
Just
okay.
wear and tear and possible
Mhm.
damage, like to muscles and nerves and shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah, stuff like that. It kind of runs in my family,
Mhm.
so I think I might be going through what my dad dealt with about 15 years
So
ago.
maybe you might need some physical therapy, right? Maybe.
Down the line, if I have to get surgery,
Yeah.
that's a
Well,
possibility.
that's a choice you have to make. But I heard that people like me, they wanted me to have surgery, and I didn't want to do it, so I did physical therapy instead, and that helped me. But I mean, everybody has to make their own, decision.
Yeah, well,
What
it
you feel
is the way
comfortable with.
things stand now. There's no way I could even afford the surgery because I don't have health insurance, and I don't want government health care, so
No,
I
I know.
refuse to get it. So,
Yeah, yeah.
if it comes down to it, and if it turns out to be a certain thing, I might just end up filing for full disability,
Mhm,
retiring
mhm.
early. So
Oh
that's
yeah,
an
yeah.
option,
Well, that's good. Yeah.
but still too soon to tell.
Mhm,
I'm
mhm,
gonna give it the one particular issue another month to see if it
mhm,
heals up on its own. Because
mhm.
it's concentrated in my left arm,
Yeah.
and I've pretty much lost about at least 50% of the strength in that arm
Oh wow.
because of it. So I'm doing the best that I can to avoid doing anything with my left arm,
Mhm.
and we'll see if it heals up.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
our
start.
body.
I'm
Yeah.
getting back onto my supplement regimen.
Oh,
Like
good.
I was kind of slacking on that for a while, and I'm doing the anti-inflammatories,
Mhm.
back like I used to a couple
Mhm.
times a day.
Mhm.
And luckily, I came across some nerve pain pills that I thought I had ran out of, and
Mhm.
those help when I get home from work.
Mhm. Wow. But that's one thing good about our body is that it does heal. It does take time though,
Yeah.
but it will heal. The only thing I learned from physical therapy is that whatever pain I was in, I had to keep moving it. Even if I,
Hmm.
even if I felt pain, I had to keep moving because they say like if you don't move, you'll lose it or something.
Yep.
Like you have to, yeah,
You got to work through the pain. And
right,
that's one of the reasons why my dad didn't heal successfully after his surgeries, because he gave up. Once he
right,
started getting the pain, he basically, asked for painkillers,
right,
and then he kind of got hooked on the painkillers.
right. Yep. Well, my husband too, he had surgery on his arm and they gave him those opioids.
Yep, that's
Opioids,
what
whatever.
he
Yeah.
got. Yep.
And I told him, I said, you better not get addicted to it. I says, you better watch how much you take of it and don't take, like, deal with the pain more instead of just keep taking it. And he listened to me. He actually didn't take much of it.
Well, the
But I don't,
problem is
yeah.
some people just don't have the willpower to,
Right.
use
Oh,
as little of it as possible.
right. But,
And
well, he doesn't have willpower, believe me. But I had to like push him. I had to say, don't do that much. If it wasn't for me, he'll probably be on them and he'll be addicted to it. But, you know, I more or less force him not to take it too much.
well, he would never listen to me,
Mhm.
any of the suggestions that I gave him for alternatives.
Right.
But he ended up, it got so bad that he was getting prescriptions filled in other people's names.
Right.
And then when he couldn't get those anymore and couldn't find a doctor to prescribe any kind of opiate, he started buying them off the street.
Right. And that's the worst kind too, I think. Right.
Oh, well, not only that, it's super expensive.
Wow.
But yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, even Trump talked about the opioids that they're not good, and I heard that many drug manufacturers, I think they were uh,
Oh, they're all
criminally
complicit in
charged. Yeah.
there were that and the doctors, because the doctors were getting paid off to give out as many prescriptions as they could.
Oh yeah, they make a lot of money on it.
Yep. And now some of the big pharma companies are facing, huge multi-million to billion-dollar lawsuits
Right.
that they're trying to settle out of still.
Mhm.
I saw something about it just a
But
couple of days ago.
even the vaccine manufacturers like Pfizer and Moderna, they were charged with criminal intent on their
Hmm.
products. Oh yeah, see, even Valentine said opioids are the devil. See, it's true.
Yeah, see, now, from my own personal experience, I have taken opioid painkillers before
Mhm.
for legitimate pain control issues.
Right.
And I will be straight up honest with you. I took them, they did
Mhm.
the job that they were supposed to, they killed the pain, and I did not get any kind of narcotic side effect from them at all.
Oh, that's good.
I've got weird metabolism.
Mhm.
My body just doesn't register that and won't get you high. Because
Mhm.
I was getting Oxycontin and oxycodines
Yeah.
for toothaches and migraines and shit, and
Wow.
no No kind of high at all.
Years ago, they used to give you codeine. Remember that?
Hmm.
Now they
They
give you
still they still will. Some doctors will prescribe it,
yeah,
but they tend not to.
right. Well, I had surgery years ago, and I took not codeine. What's the other thing? Oh, it starts with an M. I can't even think of the name now. I can't think of the name. Um, what did they give before opioids? Don't you remember there was something else? I can't think of the name.
The only other opioid that I've ever taken when I was a young kid.
Morphine. That's it. I'm sorry.
Oh, morphine.
Morphine.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yes. When I had
I
surgery,
had to do that
yeah.
once.
Oh, okay.
It was an emergency situation, and I had to self administer it.
Oh, really?
Smashed my hand up really, really bad
Oh
while I
my
was out
God.
uh, working up in Canada in the middle of
Mhm.
nowhere. And I just happened, my mother was an RN at an emergency room,
Mhm.
and she gave me some stuff from the med locker there to put in
Yeah.
my personal first aid kit. And she's
Yeah.
like, she showed me how to use it, and she's like, only use it if you really, really, really have to, because it will fuck you up. And yeah, I got a little bit loofy off of it, but it absolutely killed the pain. It would make me
Yeah.
be able to get back to camp.
Yep. It worked really good for me too. But I know that most people don't get addicted to it, right?
If you're using it for short term use, like just for a day or two, your
Mhm.
chances of getting addicted to it are real minor.
Right.
Yeah. But we used to get this. I used to have this shit prescribed to me when I was a kid.
Mhm.
It was an opioid that came in a syrup form, and it was called
Mhm.
Paragoric.
Oh, I never heard that.
And like they were giving, my mom got a prescription for it when I was still a baby,
Mhm.
because what they would do with it, they would rub it on your gums when you were teething,
Oh,
and it
really?
would it
Oh.
would deaden your gums, like you
Mhm.
wouldn't feel anything.
Oh, wow.
And this stuff, it tasted amazing. Usually most medicine tastes like crap. This
Yeah.
stuff tasted like licorice, and I
Oh,
love
hell.
licorice.
Me too.
We still had a couple bottles of it laying around, and when I got a little bit older in my teen years, like
Yeah.
I was sneaking shots of it. Ahoy, oddball. Woof woof.
Mhm. Sound like you on a ship, ahoy.
Where the hell is everybody?
Yeah, I know. Why doesn't anybody want to come up here? Zoom and Valentine, you could come up here if you want.
Excuse me.
Mhm. Are they able to come on here if they're on Twitch?
Yeah,
Or okay.
yeah, because anything that I type
Mhm.
in the chat here goes to all three streams that were
Oh,
running, the Twitch and the two YouTubes.
oh. So is your mom retired now from?
Yes.
Oh, she's lucky. She don't have to deal with all the vaccine thing. They would have probably forced her to take it, right? If she was working.
Yeah, she retired about 12,
Oh,
14 years ago, something
oh,
like that.
okay. Oh, What does she
Well,
think of what's going on in the hospitals now?
well,
Before,
she's skeptical after I pointed out a lot of the bullshit
yeah,
that we know about, but most people don't.
right.
And I kind of blew her mind about a few things, and she started questioning things herself.
Mm-hmm. We've been lied to for a long time. I mean, not just what happened a year ago. We've been lied to for years. I mean, way, way back. So you got to be skeptical of everything now because most things are lies. The truth is always hidden, you know. I just feel bad for the people that actually believed it. I know a few people. I know people in my family and friends, that actually fell for the lie. And it's a shame that they believe everything the news tells them. Actually, my friend, she was from Florida, and she was fully vax, and I didn't tell anybody anything, but she passed away at the end of August after being fully vaxxed. So I worry about other people now, and well, it's all in God's hands anyway.
Hey, Bill. Good
Oh,
to
there.
touch.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, I'm not in a big time talkative mood tonight.
No,
Yeah,
that's okay.
that's kind of how I've been feeling lately. But I figured, hey, I haven't been on in a while, and I got the weekend off, so I can kind of stay up late tonight if I want.
Well, glad to see you. Glad to see you too, Susan,
Oh, thank you. Glad
and
to see you also.
and all the lurkers out there in the chat.
So, how's everything been going on in your life?
Oh, uh, just just dehydrating all the harvest that I got from my
Mm-hmm.
yeah, trying to get some food stocked up here a little bit.
Right. Yeah, they're saying that try to get at least 6 months worth of food, if possible.
Well, one of the most amazing things, food wise, that I think I ever could have thought of was having a lot of dehydrated tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Sounds
Because,
good.
yeah, I mean, with tomatoes, you can make just about everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's up, Don?
Oh, the McRib is back.
Meat glue for the win, baby.
All three of us guys have meat glue in our names tonight.
Meat glue is going to be popular now.
It's all good. I got my Jeep back, so I'm happy about that. I got something to play with and Twitter on. I'm trying to get the wife's stereo installed in her Jeep. Uh, we'll get that done. The wind blew away my Home Depot bucket, my
Oh,
car
wow.
wash bucket.
Aw.
It
I
was that
know, right?
strong? Wow.
Oh my God, yes. Yeah, it's
Oh.
gone, nowhere to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else is going on. Work sucks. Work sucks, and we'll go over to the house tomorrow. I'll lay out category or Cat 6 wire in all the ditches outside, out to the RV, out to the water pump well, so that I can put all monitoring stuff out there. Um, let's see. Next week, the 24 kVA generator arrives along with the 350 gallon tank, propane tank, excuse me.
Wow.
Woohoo.
Uh, Pretty excited about that. Um, see. And next week they'll put the septic and drain fields in, leach fields.
Cool.
That'll always be a house.
Something about the house? What's that?
I said that'll damn near be a house.
Dude, I'm so close. We are so, so, so close.
I know, right?
So
Where's
close.
where's your meat glue name?
Oh, oh man, I just the Wizard of Oz. I don't know. I don't. This meat glue thing is a fad. It's just
Yeah,
a
he's the
fad.
wizard of meat glue.
The wizard. Yeah, Wizard of Meat Glue.
Mhm.
Everybody's got meat glue on their. Oh my god.
Except me.
Oh my god. Meat glue.
It's all Canoe's fault.
Mhm.
That's right.
Okay.
It was Bill that brought up the meat glue.
It was.
Well,
It
maybe
was
that's
Bill that brought up the meat glue, and then
the Oscar.
and right,
Right.
and Canoes was persistent with it this evening, and then Bill, of course, followed up in his wonderful way, and of course, I just had to contribute. What could I say?
And I didn't see it before. I've been having generator issues.
Free the meat glue, exactly. Free meat glue, and the McRib is back, by the way. Just want to throw that out there.
Right. I was gonna go to town yesterday, and I was like, I forgot about the meat glue. I mean the McRib. But I turned around and I went home.
Instead of going to McDonald's and asking, can I have a McRib? Just say, can I have the meat glue?
Yeah, the meat glue.
You want that meat glue sandwich? Is what you want.
Yeah, that meat glue sandwich with extra sauce and pickles.
Mhm.
That's one thing that McDonald's has always done right. They have some of the best pickles of any restaurant out there.
They do that very well. Absolutely right.
Consistent quality product there for years.
They used to have the best French fries until I don't know what they do with that. But when they fried it with beef tallow, it was really good years ago. Then they changed it.
Right. Now Hardee's does that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hardee's makes them with the tallow, and they're real
Mhm.
potatoes. They don't
Yeah.
have 14 ingredients.
I've
You
only
know,
eaten at
McDonald's.
Hardee's once, and it was like 20 years ago, and I was not impressed. It was like the greasiest hamburger I've ever had in my life.
Mhm.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Oh,
Mhm.
Sorry.
looking back now, yeah, I'd probably try it again.
Well, Hardy's here is gone.
Hardee's
Hardee's
around
not
here
gone.
seems to have some of the best.
No. Hardee's and Carl's Jr. is the same thing.
They are right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Carl's
going to.
is west of Mississippi. I think Hardee's is east of Mississippi, or something like that. There's a geographic divide somewhere.
Okay. I know they do one hell of a chicken sandwich.
They do one hell of a chicken sandwich, but my favorite, and always will be the sausage gravy biscuit.
Right. They used now the Hardee's around here used to do fried chicken.
Yeah.
Now, believe it or
And you know
not,
those biscuits are scratch made, so those biscuits are pretty damn good for fast food biscuits.
Yes.
I like
believe it or not,
Hardee's.
we used to have. There's a McDonald's a couple towns over from me that back in the late 80s and throughout the 90s, they were one of McDonald's test kitchen restaurants. There was only a few scattered around the country, and they would try out like crazy new offerings to see if they would be good, selling to the public. You could go to this McDonald's and you could get pizza, you could get fried chicken, you could get chili,
Mhm.
all different kinds of weird shit. And let me
Oh
tell
wow.
you, they made one hell of a good piece of fried chicken.
Oh wow.
Oh, yeah. The pizza, it was all right. It was kind of like Little Caesars style, but yeah, that fried chicken would give KFC a run for its money.
Yeah, my ex-wife, my first wife worked at Hardee's, and she was on the chicken and biscuits thing. You know, biscuits in the morning and chicken in the evening, and she'd bring home all the extra chicken they had that they didn't sell.
Damn, money. I'd marry her just for that.
Yeah, I used to work in a donut shop, and at the end of the day, they would give me the donuts that nobody would eat, and my family loved it, but I got sick of it. I didn't like it at all. Just smelling it all day long made me sick of it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Who is that?
Now,
Oh,
McDonald's
somebody
has
there?
a secret menu for those of you interested that includes the meat glue sandwich.
Yep.
But some of your drive-through people may not understand what the secret menu is.
The meat glue. That meat.
I was sitting here thinking that I was hearing an echo from everything, and I forgot that I hadn't muted the YouTube yet.
Right.
I was like, what the hell was he saying? Oh, what's going on, people? How you guys doing tonight?
Good to see you, sir. Is that puppy dogs? How's everything
Yeah.
going there?
They are
Wonderful.
I was wondering what that
they
was.
are doing very good. Very noisy.
Right.
I kind of want to slip them a couple of pot brownies so I can get more than an hour's worth of sleep at a time.
All right.
The problem with that is the mess that comes with it because they don't get up to take themselves out to the bathroom.
Right. Right.
That's just the cost of doing business. You know that.
Yeah. So they're a week old now. So
Oh, wow.
they're growing fast, and they're nuts. Definitely nuts. They're getting moved tomorrow. We're going to move them into the kitchen building, so Mama's got a little bit of privacy with them, and I don't have to be there to babysit her to make sure she's doing the proper motherly thing. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, their eyes aren't open yet, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's it's the big thing is keeping the dad separated for at least basically they need to be able to walk to be able to get away. So that they have control of how much time they spend with dad, because dad is so big. You're talking a 2-year-old that's only 140 pounds.
Right.
So they're little, so so they've got to be able to run away before we can let dad in there, and that's the biggest challenge even here in the office, because dad looks in there, he's like, I want to get in there too, and it's like, no. Crush a puppy just stepping in there. Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
good
no,
size.
Ranger. Go ahead, Bill.
You said 145 pounds?
140 pounds.
That is a big shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's
That's
not
a
even
big
full grown
shepherd?
yet. Yep. He's not even full grown yet.
People thought I was full of crap when I said I had a 135-pound German Shepherd.
Mm.
I did. My dog weighed in at 135 pounds. We fed him a lot of bone meal when he was a baby.
Okay. Yeah, they get the Royal Canin breed specific German Shepherd food. It's designed specifically to deal with their muscle growth, their bone growth, and bone development, overall bone development. So they have stronger hips, stronger legs, and stuff. Because we train a lot of the pups for service animals. So when you're training for service animals, you need dogs that are going to be durable, that are going to be able to handle maybe a kid, type thing. It's because we deal with autistic people too. So some of our dogs will go to, for instance, Buddy 1.0 went with a girl with autism. She was known to have major fits, physical violent fits. And at the same time, she's also losing her eyesight. So the dog had to be trained for two things at once. I'll tell you what, when the two of them got together, that was it. They were connected. That dog has graduated from C&I training. And it's actually Barron's, the dad's brother, that is with that girl. She goes into school with the dog. The dog sits with her in class. If she starts to get upset, the dog comes and sits between her legs, backs in between her legs, and she just curls up on his back and wraps her arms around his neck. She doesn't have fits anymore.
Nice.
You know, so no violent outbursts. The teachers haven't had anything to complain about, other than the fact that every once in a while they have to let him out to go to the bathroom. But the hell, you let the students go to the bathroom. Why now wouldn't you let a dog out to go to the bathroom? You know, let's be serious here.
Right.
You know, but other than that, he's doing great with her. And that little girl is making huge strides forward, majorly, you know. And it's, you know, yeah, because a great dog.
Yet another reason for our wonderful education system to whine about what they have to do.
Very true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I got
Like
nothing
teach
for
the
'em.
people, like teach the children.
Yeah, we can't have any of that, right? Actual
Right.
teaching of the children, you know, constitutional civics and that kind of thing.
Oh,
we need more.
no. Got to have the indoctrination
Got
material.
to have that BLM fucking Antifa indoc shit going on. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right. Oh, and there's 14 fucking genders. Jesus H. Christ, don't even get me started.
The goal.
Hell is that?
That's a scraping goat.
It was something. It was. It's like
That's the
that
fire.
ground squirrel standing on the fence going, Ellen.
Hey, real quick, Bill, your microphone is squeaking really bad, man.
There's more. Well, there's another piece.
Okay.
You said 4 or 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you. Awesome. She just brought me in a plate of chicken and baked potatoes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. I need me one of those.
Yeah, I'll take one too.
They said they need one of those. They said they need one of those.
One of what?
One of yous because they want a plate of chicken and baked potatoes too.
I'm sorry. I'm a very rare valued commodity that cannot be bought, bartered, or sold.
Damn. Sorry, guys. You heard that
You
right.
lucky bastard.
She can't be bought, bartered, or sold.
Yeah, you lucky bastard.
Yeah, everybody's got a
It should be,
price.
like, fall off the bone.
And she trims my weed too.
It should be.
Yeah,
fall
that's
off
kind of the
I'll
thing
have to
right
tell
there.
you.
That's that added bonus.
It should be fall off the bone. You'll have
Oh,
to
it's
tell me
fall
if
off
it
the
is.
bone, all right.
Okay.
It is. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. So,
Well, you know what they say: the way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
wait.
He's trying
That's
to kill you.
Oh no, they were right. They were
Come
absolutely
on,
right.
Juan.
They were absolutely right.
Come on, baby.
And Gabriel, just because there's chicken here doesn't mean it's yours. We got this little white puppy that knows that there's barbecue sauce on this chicken.
Yeah.
And he's saying, I don't want to be white anymore. Can I get collard greens with that?
Sometimes
Right.
you have to
Clifford.
treat the you have to teach the puppies who the alpha dog in the house is.
Oh, I bit him already.
So there's a pecking order, no matter what.
It's first time they bite you, you turn around and you grab their ear and you bite them on the ear. You don't have to be cruel about it, but you bite them on the ear and they will never ever sink their teeth into you ever again. Just a fact.
Yep.
Because the dog realizes the hierarchy and falls in command, and it's not cruel. It's not being, it's like biting down on a binky. It's just the touch of your teeth on his ear makes him realize, whoa, wait a minute, this guy can bite too, and
Yeah.
they stop immediately. I actually watched a guy in Portland at the waterfront park about 6 years ago at the Blues Festival. A police dog grabbed onto his leg, and he leaned in and grabbed the tail of the dog and bit the dog back. Okay. Needless
That's
to say,
assault on a police officer.
the dog let go of his leg. He's like, wait a minute, this guy just bit my tail. And the dog ran back to the police officer. And the guy took off. They ended up getting him. They charged him with assault on a police officer, correct? But it was, that dog was like, wait a minute, hey, this wasn't part of my training here. It's
Who the fuck bites the tail?
yeah.
That's a crazy bastard. I'm leaving him alone.
Yeah. So
Well, welcome in, Tom Darko. How you doing?
You still got that chirping going on?
No, it's better now.
no, it stopped.
I'm wearing a Bluetooth headset.
Dude, that
Good deal.
sounds clean.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I'm going to share something real quick in the chat and the private chat. When I first started the stream tonight, Dennis showed up and wanted me to pass this around. It's a really interesting thing. So putting it in both chats.
Oh yes.
I've been sharing out like crazy the reading of the indictments against Fauci after the grand jury.
Wow.
Hey, Battery says he fixed his truck.
He thinks he
Hey,
fixed his truck.
what happened with Fauci, with the grand jury?
They've had 15 grand juries over the last 9 days, and yesterday they released all the information in regards to the grand juries, and and they have 21 indictments against him.
Oh, good. That's good news.
I saw something today about some aide for Nancy Pelosi got indicted with like 20-something felonies.
Ooh, I didn't hear about that one.
Yeah.
They all should be indicted.
They will be.
I think we got piles of sealed indictments.
Well, you know what it's going to be? It's these people that work under these people that are going to be the ones to finally turn and say, wait a minute, I'm not taking the fall for this.
I was taking orders from blah, blah, blah.
Musical chairs and who talks
Mm-hmm.
and gives up someone higher up the food chain.
Now,
Well, remember we had that map back just before the election that showed the actual count state by state of all the sealed indictments that were issued?
Yeah.
I'd love to see an updated map of it now.
I saw it.
How many
Well,
people
not
got-
updated, but
I'm sorry. How many people are going to end up dead now? I mean, if they give up the higher up,
Well, it's the idea either we take their narrative apart or there will be civil war.
Right. Now I'm saying
and it's and nobody wants that,
No.
We want a safe, free America with servants of the people working to protect and honor the people, not serving and honoring themselves.
Right.
Who said no to that Civil War thing? Because I
just because you got an itchy finger, all right, it doesn't mean that you got to go blow up the local gas station.
Well, I mean,
all right?
listen, okay, and I'm okay with that. But is that set in stone? I mean, is that the law of the land? Because can we talk about it? Can we
really
discuss?
wanted to shoot somebody.
I really want to shoot somebody, a liberal. I really want to shoot a liberal. Can we discuss that?
If it's got rape recognition,
we can talk about it.
That's all I'm looking for. Just some,
Oh, you
That's
just
all I'm
gotta follow the money, and that's how you know who's behind everything.
Yeah, yep. I'm all about the pay-per-view hangings.
yes.
I don't think they should be pay-per-view. I think they should be free.
No, it should just be plain out public.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, you're right. It's supposed to be in the
Interrupt
public
every
square.
single freaking cartoon and everything. Let everybody see it. No different than what you did with Gary Gilmore back in the 70s.
Exactly. Hey, Gary Gilmore, he asked for execution by firing squad
On TV.
He did.
Yep, it was live on TV.
It's in my state. That's where it happened.
Yeah, I was living in Salt Lake then.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did live here.
Yep, 1300 East,
No.
South 1300 East, right over by St. Mark's Hospital.
Oh, so cool. Well, we can talk about shit.
Anyway, I have to go, guys. So, just want to say good night to everybody. Have a good night. God bless you. Peace and love to everyone. And
Good night,
see.
Susan.
Thank you. Good night. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back on tomorrow.
Good deal. God bless
Okay.
you.
Night, Susan.
Thank you. Bye bye.
So
Yeah, tonight's actually going to be an early night for me tonight too. I'm actually not going to do a show tonight. I am I'm guesting on Gideon's Army tomorrow morning with Jerry Foley, and I'm not sure if Prime's going to be there or not. I hope so, because I respect Prime. I got a lot of respect for the guy. And after that, we are on Hawks Mustard Seeds 8. We are doing a 48-hour prayer marathon for our country, praying for our country.
That's all.
hey, that's awesome.
Yep. So everybody's welcome to come in, come up on the panel, say a prayer. You know.
Hawks Mustard Seed 8.
Yep.
Is that the channel on
Yep.
YouTube?
Yep. Number 8. Yep.
Wonderful.
And
Thank you, sir.
yep. Yeah. And yep, it's you can bring in a list of names of people that you specifically want prayed for, and get on there, and we're gonna, you know, the more people that come in and pray, the better it'll be, because the Lord will know that we're serious and that we desire His presence to help combat this and to help us win. We know that in the end He wins, but we'd kind of like to win too, you know. it'd be kind of nice one to have in the books, you know.
Right. And
I'm on that one. I'll be there.
Right on.
I'll subscribe.
Right on.
Glad to have somebody in the chat that believes in prayer.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I know a lot of people do, but there's quite a few who don't too.
Pray for them people who went ahead and did the dumb thing and getting the jibberwocky and shit like that, you know, because they're gonna need it. They're gonna need it, you know. It's we don't need to be giving them "I told you so's" yet, you know. Let's wait till like a year after everything calms down. Then we can turn around and say "I told you so," you know. But in the meantime, let's you know, open our heads and our hearts to these people and to the boss man, because you know, with the right respect and the right mindset, you know, we might actually come away from this unscathed.
Welcome in, Joy.
That's sound advice.
Yep. Pray for them till the moment they step off into the lake of fire.
Yep.
Well, I think Don T's kind of familiar with my hood a little bit too.
Damn,
I think he's been up here a few times.
I've been through Salt Lake and I've been all the way up through Pocatello and up into Wyoming on 15, but I've never stopped in Salt Lake. It's always been big and intimidating for me. Too many more.
Right on.
Oh, crazy drivers, huh, Hawk? Terrible drivers.
Yeah, that highway going between Provo and Salt Lake. Oh my Lord. I remember that in the 70s. It was a great ride in the 70s. It was awesome. But yeah, it changed after years. It's and people coming in from everywhere, every which direction and everything. It's got to
California.
be too much. Got to be way
California.
too much.
Well, that's I-15. That's
Dude, 15
right
is
out there
beautiful.
where the point of the mountain, where the state prison is.
Yep.
Yeah, but 15's gorgeous. I mean, even from like the Virgin Gorge up north, all the way north, up through Idaho and everything else. That whole drive there is just absolutely freaking gorgeous. It's like
So
you're
did
going
you
up
get
through
through
one.
Salt Lake?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know,
Just look the other way.
Listen. It's Salt Lake. It's
Yeah.
not L.A. It's not New York. It's not that. It's fucking Salt Lake.
Yep.
It's Mormons. I mean, it's not like it's it's not a crime-ridden Chicago. All right. It clearly
No.
ain't Chicago. The Mormons ride herd on that town, so there's no fucking.
Not like they used to. They've had
I don't know.
BLM and
Don,
Antifa in there. And
you ought to listen to
they're
my
not doing so
scanner.
hot.
You got to listen to my scanner.
You got a lot of bike clubs there now too.
Yep.
It ain't Chicago.
Oh no.
I'm just saying. That drive 15 all the way up north, all the way through up to fucking what is it, Western Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as long as you dodge the train trucks.
The used to love going up to Snowbird and Elta.
Yeah.
Or up to Park City for their big alpine slide up at Park City. That's freaking amazing. And let me tell you something. Coming down the side of that mountain, in that little plastic bucket. And I'm thinking about this, and I'm saying to myself, you realize that there's more danger in the jam than there was taking that alpine slide back in the 70s with no seat belts, no protective headgear, and all that other shit.
I used to ride a motorcycle up past Snowbird up to Hell's Gate up there, and at that time it was all gravel road.
Mm-hmm.
There was Hell's Gate condominiums and all this stuff,
Yep.
and I was working up there, and I had an Army duffel bag with 5-gallon paint bucket and freaking my rollers and all that stuff working up there. And I'd ride that motorcycle all through the winter. And one day I was coming down a gravel downgrade coming out of Hell's Gate, and there was a car making a U-turn right in front of me, and I laid that bike down and I slid it right under this rental Camaro, and did kind of like a judo roll. And they heard me hit the side of the car, but I hit with my hand when I slid it down in there, to kind of break my fall. And they come out and they're like, "Are you all right?" And I said, "I don't know." And my bike was wedged under there. It was a little 360 Yamaha. It was wedged under the car, and I wasn't wearing a helmet. And I don't know, for whatever reason I'm alive now, but they're like, "Do you need to go to a hospital or something?" I really kind of don't want this on my insurance and everything. And because they knew they were in the wrong, because they were making an illegal U-turn. I was beeping my horn, flashing my lights and everything because I couldn't stop on that gravel downgrade. And they're just making this illegal U-turn.
Yep, and they're just turning around because they knew that they missed the skate or the down in the ski area. It's Yep.
And I said, well, I think $200 would do okay, so I could fix the, some of the damage on the motorcycle. And they gave me $200 and went on their way. Well, I get home and I'm like, I didn't realize until I got home, because the bike still ran. And I didn't realize till I got home that I had gravel stuck in me.
Oh, Lord.
Oh yeah, I was digging that shit out. I mean, I was bloody. I was a bloody mess.
Oh shit.
Yep. I could have died on that one. Somebody was looking out for me.
Okay. I got to stop letting this girl cook because this is some good shit. And I'm eating the whole damn plate. And I'm going to be fat.
And you know how that goes?
I guess I can go back to stripping then.
After an accident, it's always like 1 or 2 days later when all the pain and everything starts kicking in and the stiffness and all that. But yeah, I was digging gravel out of my side. It was kind of up above my belt line, and it burned a hole right through my jeans.
Wow.
But I rode that motorcycle all winter, and even when my wife was pregnant with our first son,
A whole lot of assholes, huh?
she was on that motorcycle, pregnant and everything.
It gave you a
I
whole
didn't
bunch
have
of
a vehicle.
assholes.
See, that's what you do when they're delaying the birth, right? And just take them to the top of this hill. Either you have that baby now, or we're going down there. Poof,
Yeah.
There goes the baby.
You gotta respect a wife that'll jump on the back of a motorcycle.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh yeah. And I'd put my hands in my pockets and feel her hands, and they'd be ice cold. I didn't even wear gloves in the winter. I mean, I'm impervious to cold.
Not me.
Ice man. He's the
Well,
ice
I'm not
man.
now. I was.
Now I freeze my ass off. Now if a fart blows wind across the room, I'm in trouble. Hey, Zach. Dude, I am so sorry to hear about your dog. And I'll tell you, if you decide that you're ready for another dog here in a couple of months, you let me know. And you can come down and have a pick of the litter. Except for my Gabriel. You can't have my white dog.
Oh, did Zach lose his dog? That sucks.
Yeah.
That's all right.
I am so sorry, sir. I had no idea.
I know that hurts.
Oh, the fingers that held the chicken ain't worth licking, but you'll go after the damn chicken bone. There's chicken flavor on there. Everybody's looking at me like, come on, man, just give me the chicken, will you? Just give me the chicken, man. And you see Mama in the box with the tail? You see that thing going on? Jelly Bean seems to think this. All they got to do is say her name, Jelly Bean. And that tail goes.
Yeah. Ranger will be laying under the trailer out in the front yard, and I'll go out and call his name, and yep, you see that tail waving. Just say his name. He starts waving his tail. But
a blind person can find their dog simply by saying their name, because the tail will flop on the floor or bang against the wall or whatever. He'll know exactly where that dog is.
oh wow, okay.
Actually, you guys even sound better when I'm wearing this headset. I just don't always have the batteries charged on it because the cord, I only have one cord and I don't know where it is, and it's the old style phone charger cord that you use.
Hey, Battery, can I ask a question about downtown Portland? Two things. First, does downtown Portland still have that shipyard down there? I used to go down and work in that shipyard on a pretty regular basis. And second, does downtown Portland, still have a strip club called the Dancing Bear?
Yep, it's still there. And they got a Dancing Bear 2 as well.
Man, that was the best fucking strip club in the world, I thought, anyway, at the time. More than a few of my hard-earned dollars went over there.
Portland has more strip clubs per capita than the entire country.
I know, right? Ain't it beautiful? It's wonderful.
All right, Zach, what you got?
My dad or his girlfriend had to watch her sister and her if they were outside together. Yesterday afternoon, Dad came in for 2 fucking minutes and they took off. Dad yelled for them for 10 minutes. His sister came back without her, so Dad and I had a feeling. And then 5 minutes later, the neighbor called Dad that he shot her.
Oh no.
Oh my God, in heaven.
Why did the neighbors shoot her? They got chickens or something?
Oh my God, I would be so in jail right now.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, you sons of bitches, shoot my dog.
Shoot my dog, you should just shot a family member.
Yeah,
That's how I look at it.
I
You'll
would
have
be
a whole
so
face
in
full of
jail right now.
12 gauge. Yeah. You'll have a whole face full of fucking 12 gauge.
Man, I am so sorry. That's some ugly motherfucker.
And I'm sorry, Zach.
So does, and I hate to say, no, I won't. I'm sorry.
There's other stuff you could do to a dog that was being a problem without having to kill the damn dog.
Yep.
right.
Like go inside your house and close your fucking door.
Even if you had to pepper spray him or something, you know, just, you don't have to kill the damn dog.
Just the noise of the gun going off would have been enough to scare it away, most likely.
Exactly. That actually, where I live, that would be reckless discharge of a firearm if you're not a cop.
Yep, same here.
Go ahead, Zach.
He's not done yet.
At least that's one charge.
You hurt one of my dogs, you ain't making it off this property, and I got 30 acres in which to pick a wonderful spot for you.
Yeah, when I first got Ranger and they were chasing cars, he was chasing cars. I had this guy come up in the driveway and he's threatening to shoot my dog. I was like, "You're gonna stand here and threat on my property, then threaten to shoot my dog? You better go to fuck home." As I put my hand in my pocket and when I pull it out, you better be gone. You know, I was like, "You need to get out." Go ahead, Zach.
I think her sister injured a goat, but guess what Dad told me this evening? He drove by the neighbors and he thinks they flipped him off.
I don't know. I'd shoot him and apologize later.
Yeah,
Go down there and shoot their goats. You want to shoot my dog? I'm going to shoot your fucking goat. Life for a life.
Actually, the fact that they shot my dog made me think I would shoot that they were going to shoot me too. So I decided to blow their fucking head off.
I don't care that he was holding a mop. It didn't look like a mop when he came out the door.
right.
He reached for something and I had to take him out because he already shot my dog.
Right. What the hell?
But I wouldn't do that unless they actually did shoot my dog. And if they actually succeeded in doing it, just saying they're going to shoot my dog is a different story. But if they actually did shoot my dog, there'd be Hatfields and McCoys going on, I guarantee.
Yeah, but then again, if you like, you know, yeah.
No, whoever
yeah.
draws first blood, you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us.
Yeah, just sleep well. Yeah, you just sleep nice and sound there, buddy. Yep.
See, now my doctor does, or my neighbor does, he's got beef cattle. And he used to send his milking cows up into the field that borders my property. but the dogs would go over there and bark. So what he did was he moved his beef cattle up here instead, because of the fact that, number one, they're more rugged, beef stock. They're not chicken shits like cows, and he doesn't have to worry about getting milk from them. So it's, the dog's not going to turn anything sour. And since moving his beef cattle up here, no rustlers have been stealing his cows, nor has he had wolves or coyotes over there. And his milking cows are in at night.
Hey, Shane. What's up, Scott? Scott's in chat now, too. Good deal. What's up, bud? Oh, man. Yeah, get on that site and sign that petition. Heck yeah.
Zach.
Go ahead.
And last night the officer came by here and gave both Dad and his girlfriend citations. And then Wednesday at 9, Dad's girlfriend has to go to court for her dog.
I don't get it. But then again, everything's upside down in this fucking world.
Yeah, backwards and upside down. But Alan.
Fire in the bowl. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
You know what? Now that I finished that last piece of barbecue chicken, I will join you and get barbecue sauce all over the end of my friggin' long stem pipe and taste that chicken all night long.
Oh, man. Now you got me thinking I'm a thaw out of chicken.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I need some pain med right now.
What, that solid gravel in the ass has got you hurting again?
Smoke a joint.
Oh, that's right. You hurt your rib.
Yeah.
How's that feeling? Yeah, how's it feeling?
Smoke a joint mild. Smoke a joint mildly so you don't cough.
It's radiating all the way around to my back, and I've been overdoing it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hot shower.
Do you have access to cannabis?
Oh, I do right now, yeah. I'm going to indulge with you guys.
I can give you a recipe to make for a salve that you can rub on those ribs and have rubbed on your back. And, dude, your pain will be gone in about 7 to 9 minutes.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, this shit works. It's I sell jar upon jar upon jar of this shit. It flies out of here. It's I take 2 pounds of pot, but you don't have to use as much as I use. I'll just give you the recipe as I make it. You could break that down and make it so that it's something that you can afford to make. You know what I mean? So like if you only have 4 ounces or 2 ounces or whatever, you use less oil. But I take up to 3 pounds and I put it into one of those 12-quart crock pots and I jam it all in there. And then I take 1.5 quarts of raw virgin olive oil and I pour it in there. And I don't get the shit that's got any canola oil mixed in there. Canola oil will stop the absorption rate. Raw olive oil will absorb through all the layers of your skin, all the layers of your muscle tissue, and all the layers of the bone. So it can get in there and actually heal a break area, because how you could go in and get an x-ray of a break in your arm or leg a year later, and it shows that fine line of where the break is. This will make that go away. It strengthens up your bones big time. So, and I set the crock pot on low. I add a 1/4 cup of water and I put the lid on there and I let it cook for 24 hours. After the 24 hours, I pull out the cheesecloth that's got all the pot in it, squeeze it out. I get 2 big plates out of my cabinet and just squeeze them together until I get every drop of oil out of there. And then I mix in 14 tablespoons of raw arnica oil, which you can get from Bumblebee something. If I can remember what the hell the name of them are. They deliver within like 3 days, 2 days, 3 days. So 14 tablespoons of raw arnica oil, 9 tablespoons of raw vitamin E oil, and 5 ounces of raw golden beeswax. So like if you're doing a small batch, just for personal, you could use, 2 to 4 ounces, half a quart of olive oil, 24-hour cook off, and then do like 4 or 5 tablespoons of arnica oil and a couple of tablespoons of vitamin E oil, and then maybe an ounce of beeswax. That'll fill up about 4 4-ounce jars, and you let it cool. Once it's cooled, then you put the lid on it, or stick it in the fridge overnight. Is what I normally do. I'll let it cool, then I'll stick it in the fridge without the lids on it overnight. The next morning, I'll pull them out, throw the lid on there. After that, I can throw it in the in the cabinet. It doesn't need to be refrigerated anymore, because of the fact that olive oil does not go rancid. Coconut oil goes rancid. Canola oil goes rancid. Grapeseed oil goes rancid. Palm oil goes rancid. This can be in your cabinet for months and months and months and will not go bad. And I'm telling you, within 7 minutes after you apply it, your pain is gone. Gone. Stays gone for about 8 hours. Then you put it on again. So you wake up in the morning, first thing you do, slap it on, lay back down, wait 10 minutes for the pain to be gone. Once the pain is gone, then get up, do your morning coffee and shit. Then at lunchtime, do it again. And then after dinner, do it again. That way when you're going to bed, you're pain-free when you go to bed, and you're pain-free when you wake up, for the most part.
Does it give you a buzz?
No, because you're rubbing it on the skin. You're rubbing it on the skin. So your body, the endocannabinoid system is throughout your entire body and outside of your body. When you go up and you're touching a pot plant, your body is actually communicating with that plant. Cannabinoid receptor to cannabinoid receptor. It's the same thing with animals. Animals have natural cannabinoid receptors too. So when your dog gets sick, you can give your dog CBD treats, and that will, for the most part, will take care of helping to heal that dog up. Same thing. A cow, sheep, pigs. They all used to go down to the corner of my grandfather's lot where he had a few hemp plants growing down there. And when they would get sick, they'd go down there, eat one of the plants, lay down. The next morning, they would come walking back up like absolutely nothing wrong with them, get right back in their pens with everybody else, all healed up. It's like a dog going out and eating grass.
I knew we had cannabinoid, or I guess it's called cannabinoids in our system.
Yeah, it's called endocannabinoid.
Okay. Wow, you just learned me something.
That's what I do. I'm a pot grower. That's what I do for a living. So, I've been working with this stuff for 20 years, and the things that I've seen it do is amazing. To
what
see
about
people.
CBD? Is CBD in the same thing or no?
Well, CBD helps, but it doesn't heal.
Okay.
You know what I mean? The idea of having both the THC and the CBD working together in unison as a pair,
right?
That's what you want. Even the pot that we grow, we take it to stages where there's definitely going to be a CBD level in it, even if it's only 2 or 3%, because that's an added medicine to the THC. And with them working together, it's like, so your receptor is up there, no different than what your microphone is. Okay. If you got a microphone in front of you, so the CBD goes over and washes over the microphone completely. And then the THC comes in directly behind it and impacts it, like punching it in the fucking eye. And then then you got the distraction from the CBD washing over it again. And then you get another black eye, and it works in unison like that. And as a pair, they kill cancer. They kill lupus. They kill IBS. They kill, all these parasites in our body. You want to know the one class of Americans that has had the least number of events with this crap going on right now? Cannabis users.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, you mean the flu thing? Yeah.
We have the lowest number out of everybody.
Wow. So does it have anti-inflammatory properties?
Yes, it does.
Hmm.
Yes, it does. You know, and the thing is and to help heal the bone too, that would be your ribs healing up 4, 5, 6 days faster. You know, maybe even a couple of weeks faster, helping in rehabilitation to get you up and moving and working reworking the muscles, rebuilding them.
How about nerve regeneration?
Absolutely, 100%. Because of the fact
time.
that,
yeah,
because the oil absorbs through all the layers of the skin, all the layers of the muscle tissue, all the layers of the bone, means that it has complete access to the central nervous system, can repair those nerve endings. It's great for neuropathy. You know, people who get that pins and needles in their feet, you rub that on their feet, and I'm telling you, in 20 minutes, they're going to be up wanting to dance a jig. I'm not kidding.
Somebody get it? Is there possible that you sell that or what?
Well, no, it's out here. The patients just come out to the farm and they buy it. You know, they come, they'll pick up a $20 jar, 4-ounce jar I sell for $20. That's like an eighth of what it cost me, if that. It's the idea. It helps me buy new jars, because
I'm just saying,
most people
for
don't
those
remember to bring
people
back.
that are not local, is there any way for us to get it?
No, all I can do is give you the recipe and hope that you can make it wherever you are. Because of the fact, believe me, if they federalized it, I would be able to send you a jar in the mail.
Well, hey,
the state I live in.
A confusion? Yeah, I know that state real good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But see, now Utah, if I'm not mistaken, Utah passed a medical law.
Yeah, they did, but you got to have a script.
Yeah, Singularity
here. Yeah,
was asking.
See, now Oregon's still has its medical program, and I still get my medical card every year and get my grow card every year because I want to have protection from the state against the federal. Yeah. I want them paying to protect me or support me against any type of federal thing. But if they go federal, I wouldn't have to get that. I would just be able to produce this stuff and be able to put it out all over the country.
Well, we got a good chance of it going federal if Trump gets back in there.
Absolutely, because he wants to see natural healing. Healing. He wants you using your immune system.
Singularity was asking, would it still show up on a drug test, though?
As long as you're not putting it on your pecker. Okay, because in most cases you're pissing in a bottle.
Yeah.
Don't
want to contaminate the
sample.
And the other thing is it's got arnica oil in it, which reduces swelling. So don't use it as a sex lube either.
Oh, yeah.
Your girl will be saying, you're not as big as you used to be.
Hey, Hawk, I put my email address in the private chat.
Right.
I would appreciate if you would email me the recipe.
Oh, I could do that. It won't be tonight. I'll probably get it to you tomorrow.
Yeah. No
problem. But I will do that. For
you.
Absolutely.
Then forward it to me. You got my email?
Yep.
Or text it to me.
Yeah.
Is that all right, Hawk? If he forwards
it that's fine.
my text?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
Yeah, I'm going to save you in my drafts here. So.
Hey, family, I'm going to hop down. Have a great night.
All right, dude.
No, you can't go anywhere. What the hell you think you're going? No, I'm joking.
Zach, Mr. Smells, have a good night, man. Thank you for being here.
Dangerous to stream.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah, I'm not going to go over to Dangerousness tonight because then I'll be on there till 4:00 in the morning, and I got to be on Jerry Foley's for Gideon's Army tomorrow morning. So at 7 a.m. my time. So. Yeah. It's good to see you, though, Zach. Sorry to hear about your dog, man.
hard to replace a dog
It is too.
when you lose one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I had already I knew my old dog was getting old and everything, and her she wasn't doing too well. I mean, she was going deaf. She was almost totally deaf. Pretty blind. She was getting pretty blind when I got this dog, the one I have now. But it helped an awful lot having her when my dog did die. So my dog is like, the dog I have now is got me dialed in, because dogs train each other.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, don't do this around him and don't do that around him. You know how he is. And my old dog pretty much trained the younger one. And then my old dog died, and I had her 18 years. And when you've got a dog like a family member for 18 years, it's real rough.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't even talk about her. I start getting acting like a boob when I talk about her to this day.
So,
And it's years have gone by. I don't even get that way about humans. I really
Mm-hmm.
don't. I do cry when people die and stuff, but man, my dog, I just start boobing if I even talk about her. So I'm going to shut up.
I think that there's a special connection that we have with dogs that somehow we can't figure out how to have with people.
It's the unconditional love factor.
Yeah. Yeah, it is hard to do that when most people are assholes.
And they treat their dogs like shit, and the dog still loves them.
Yeah.
You know?
Damn.
Yeah.
Freaking parade of puppy asses going over here. Everybody's waiting to see what I'm going to do with this chicken. They're like watching me from every angle. Jilly Bean hasn't taken her eyes off of me. She's like, I know I got puppies on the boob, but if you get up with that plate, I am coming. Yeah. See, they get raw chicken chopped up in their food every night. So it's to get the barbecue sauce, they'd have to have one that's cooked.
Raw meat is so good for dogs.
Yeah.
I'm on the raw meat kick. For my dogs, but the one dog belongs to my son, so he only wants her to have a certain kind of dog food, and I try to tell him, thousands of years, the dogs have been eating raw meat. It's not going to hurt them now.
Yeah. See, what I do is they get 2 cups of Royal Canin German Shepherd breed specific dog food. It's just really great for their bodies, great for their bone development and everything else. And then each of them get a chicken breast chopped up and put on top of their food. They'll eat the chicken right off the bat because they don't want the other dogs to get it. They'll walk away from their food bowl, and they'll come back maybe an hour and a half later and begin to go to town on the dry food. But I know, because all 7 of their bowls are empty every single day, that that they got the nourishment that they need. And let me tell you, these dogs work it off. They are out there running the fields every single day, out there all night long, barking at every deer, elk, and cougar that comes through here. And let me tell you, when they're chasing a freaking elk, you kind of don't want to get involved in it,
No.
because we have a huge bull elk that comes through here, and I mean huge. This thing probably 850, maybe 900 pounds. I'm guessing.
I think elk have more attitude than a moose.
Yeah, especially with the animals. Moose will just stand there and look at them like, "What are you doing, dumbass?"
Elk will sit there and challenge you and try and get you to come close and act stupid and everything, and then they'll charge you. Elk will charge you and try to kill you.
Yep. But Jilly Bean and Cuvée, when I first got them, were in the farmer's field next door playing with the deer that come through here on a daily basis. And I literally out there playing with the fawns, or I'd say they're probably 6 months old, 7 months old. And you see the deer pop up and pop its head up and then jump a couple of jumps. And then you see the dog's head come up and the dog taking a couple of jumps. And it was freaking hilarious to watch him. The farmer got pissed, though. He said, you guys ruined like 2 acres of grass seed. And I'm like, well, the deer did it. I said, it wasn't my dogs. It was the deer. He says, I saw the prints.
Well, I know there's coyotes in Oregon. But what other predators besides coyotes and cougars have you got?
We got coyotes, cougars, and wolves.
Oh, you got wolves now? No bears?
Yeah. We actually had a grizzly bear 2 years ago that went through the edge of the property on the lower acreage, the farthest point from the highway. It was like I'd never seen a grizzly out here before. Brown bear and black bear, yes, but absolutely no grizzlies. And this thing was huge. It stood up in the middle of that field, and when it stood up, I was like, "Holy crap! Look at the size of him." I'm not going out there, and neither are you.
Aren't grizzlies and brown bears the same bear?
No, they're not. No, they are not.
I thought they were.
Yeah, no, they are not.
I keep having them try to correct me about every time I call a brown bear a grizzly. They're like, no, it's not a grizzly. We don't like up in Alaska. They have massive brown bears that'll rival any grizzly.
Yep.
Like the Kodiak.
Yep.
The Kodiak bear.
Yep. I've seen.
They say it's just a brown bear, but I'm telling you, they look every bit like a grizzly.
Well, they're geographically isolated, so they've evolved to be bigger.
Yep. Yeah, they evolved to deal with the cold above everything else. The bigger they are, the thicker their hair.
I don't want to come across one of those hybrid polar bear, grizzly bears.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Not unless I got like a 50 caliber machine gun on me.
Yeah, and that's becoming a thing now. Yep, those polar bear grizzly hybrids, that's becoming a thing.
Yeah.
Getting to be more and more of that.
Yeah. More of the ice up north melts, the farther down they push the bears.
Oh no, they're having problems with so much ice because it's now connecting all the landmass.
Yeah.
So that's disappearing ice shelf is bullshit.
Well, no, I'm not saying that it's delta. I'm talking about the melt itself. I mean, because this year alone, we had 7 days of 120 to 122 degrees in Oregon.
Oh, wow.
We never see more than 100, 104 at the absolute max. And we were at 122 this summer. So the polar shifts. When the polar shift happens, then there's a certain melt off up there, which cuts down on their food supply because it raises the water level. And when that happens, then they got to wait for it to refreeze again, which will be it's to know how many days of over 100 degrees we had in temperature during the summer is going to prove out how many days of actual 0 or below temperatures we're going to have this winter. So Oregon is in for a hell of a winter this year, whether anybody knows it or not. It's going to be real bad. It's probably going to be the worst winter here in years and years.
Well, they're saying
Does that here?
It's going to be warm here. Warmer than normal. Much warmer than normal.
Yep.
The hotter and drier the summers are here, the colder and wetter the winters are going to be.
Yep.
That's just it. That's just the way it's been ever since I've been alive. And people say, no, that's not true. It's been true every single year. And when they say we're having a drought year, like we're having a drought right now, you can't lie on the tree rings, because in a drought year, you'll notice the tree rings are, closer together. So you cut down a tree, and you could tell exactly how much rainfall or snowfall precipitation there was each year by looking at tree rings when they cut down a tree.
You know, you wouldn't be able to do that if they hadn't dammed up half of the water in the country.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's there would be no droughts. Most of the droughts that we have in the United States, they're all man created.
They're induced.
Yep. Closing down the dams. We got to conserve water. Look what they did to California. They have enough water to take care of that entire state. And what do? They diverted it to the ocean. What the hell's wrong with you? You got farmers down there and everything else that could use that water.
Trump undid that. And Gavin Newsom undid what Trump undid.
Yep.
So, what was that valley? It wasn't the San Joaquin Valley. Was it?
San Joaquin, yep.
You know who never has a drought? Humboldt County. They never seem to have a drought. Bunch of stoners. Get all that water for their pot, but all them people down in the city got to take pee showers.
It's pretty amazing how much weed comes out of Humboldt.
Yeah. It's the perfect conditions because there's a dam there keeping the water up in their area instead of letting it flow through the rest of California.
Well, what's the reservoir that services the Los Angeles area that they diverted like back in the 30s?
I don't remember what the name of it is, but that's one of the areas that I'm talking about that they did that. Yeah. That's all water that comes from up north, and if sure, it pools up in the reservoir there, but if that dam was opened up, it would feed everything south. LA wouldn't be having to have the problems that they have.
They've got a full above ground irrigation channels that run damn near down to LA.
Yeah.
Through the San Joaquin Valley.
Yeah, but guess where it goes? Guess where they flood it out to? They flood it out into the fucking ocean instead of into the city water system.
They shut down the head, and they're letting it all go out to the ocean. Yeah.
Yep. Like, what the hell?
Well, I remember when they were doing the Alaska pipeline, and the environmentalists shut down the Alaska pipeline when it was being built, claiming that the dirt that was falling off the side was burying the salmon eggs, and all these people lost their jobs. You heard about that, right?
No, never heard that one.
Yeah, they shut that whole. It was a massive project. People flew up to Alaska, drove up there, everything to build the Alaska pipeline. My stepdad was on it. He was an engineer on there, and he told me about it. They shut it down, and just because they claimed that it was burying the salmon eggs.
Nice,
bullshit.
Right, that's all bullshit. Yeah.
It's all bullshit. Anything to screw up the economy. They were trying to stop the pipeline. They're scared of oil.
Well, the San Joaquin Valley was so productive. There was, produce cheap as shit.
Yeah.
You couldn't get a. In fact, there was so much produce coming out of San Joaquin Valley that's all the truckers never had they couldn't get loads to California. They had to deadhead to California to pick up ag roads to load them out.
Yeah. Well, and you'd look on the bags of produce and stuff, and it would say product of California. Now it's all product of Mexico.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're not producing anything.
Well, remember Diamond Almonds?
Yep.
They have a whole. They were big. Now they're nothing because they were all based out of San Joaquin.
Pecans as well.
Yep. Pecans, olives olives coming out of Corning, California, rice coming out of Sacramento. I mean, California was the number one agriculture state. Now they're way down on the list to like number 14.
That's why back in the 30s, you know, the Dust Bowl era, when everybody was, you know, moving west for agricultural work, they all ended up in California.
Yep, and California, exactly. The grapes of wrath. You remember that?
San Joaquin Valley and the Imperial Valley.
Yeah.
One or two others. I can't think of that.
And they got jobs as fruit pickers.
Mm-hmm.
They left because of the Dust Bowl, and a lot of them had never been anything other than farmers. And one of the jobs that helped them get their start in California was working, you know, working these orchards and things like that.
Yeah, they ran them as like company towns.
Yeah.
And some of them were good, and some of them, you know, follow the example of other older company towns and really, you know, took advantage of the workers there and kind of got them caught in almost indentured servitude.
Yeah.
But mostly it was a good thing.
So a lot of those people in California were actually people out of Oklahoma, Texas, Nebraska,
Kansas, yep.
Kansas. Oh yeah. And it became this, for a while, it was the second largest cattle state in the United States, next to Texas.
Yep.
Now you know who rates number 2 in agriculture? Next to Texas? Missouri. Where Emerald is.
Well, Ohio's not a slouch either. We're a smaller state, but if you worked out, you know, the available farming acreage across the state, you know, compared, you know, to other states, it'd be about pretty much equal because we grow a lot of corn and beans here in Ohio.
But I did look at the list, and Missouri is number 2. Ohio, I don't know where it is on the list. I don't remember.
I
just
guarantee
remember
we're in the
Ohio
top 10.
being a big iron state. The coal and iron.
Yeah, it probably. I mean, it's corn country, like the southern, from the northwestern part to the southeastern part. It's like slashed diagonally. Everything south of that line is prime corn country.
Yeah, Illinois is corn and soybeans.
Yep.
Illinois, it's got a lot of agriculture. Too bad they have dumbasses running that state.
Yeah, when we drove back and forth to Wiz's this year, Illinois and Indiana was like nothing but corn.
Right.
It reminded me of Iowa.
Yeah. Yeah, I lived in Illinois in a cornfield.
Actually, Illinois got better highways.
Although in Indiana, I kind of was surprised at the actual infrastructure and the architecture of the infrastructure, like all the overpasses and the interchanges. They use natural stone, and it was like almost designed, you know, decoratively instead of like industrial.
Right.
But yeah, whoopee.
I think corn makes people big.
Well, it doesn't have much nutritional value.
Yeah, it's got vitamin A in it and calories.
It all turns to sugar.
Yeah. Shit most of it out. But it is tasty. And I'm in the historic corn capital of Ohio. Our big town festival that runs every summer is the Corn Festival.
I know if you want to fatten up your hogs and your cattle, give them corn.
Yeah.
And chickens will get fat on corn too. They'll get big.
I feed my chickens corn. I was feeding them cracked corn, and I went up to MFA pickup last week, pick up feed for the animals. They said they were out of cracked corn, so I just said, okay, give me some rolled corn.
had a
the whole
case.
kernel stuff, and the
We had
chickens
a
are eating
case.
that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were done.
Oh, go ahead. No, I am.
Well, we had a case here about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. Next county south of us is even more agricultural than my county. And they had a case where a farmer kept noticing that someone was coming by his farm at night and stealing corn. And he ended up setting cameras out there, like trail cams and stuff, and set up a hunting blind that he would hide in, and he'd, record the people doing it and everything, and get them all on audio and video. And then one night he called the sheriff's department up, and they sent out, a bunch of undercover guys around his property, and they caught these guys. And
Hey, Carp.
grand theft. They stole probably about 3 acres worth of corn over a couple of nights.
Shit.
Yep.
Well, raccoons get big and fat in your cornfields. I guarantee that.
Yeah.
I've seen some of the biggest raccoons come out of a cornfield.
Now, we had huge ass fat raccoons hanging around the gas station that I used to work at because they would hang out at the dumpster and eat all the fucking hot dogs and donuts that we'd throw away every day.
Oh, wow.
Those are the fattest, laziest, mean fucking raccoons ever.
I don't know. I used to live on the back when I was in Eureka. I was renting a place that was 2 doors down from a Burger King. And they'd throw out their bread that they didn't use the trays of it that wasn't broke apart yet. And you see these raccoons getting in there and dragging out big old plats of bread, dragging it across the parking lot.
Dude, like it was so bad at one point that a couple people made Google reviews of our store and said it was great for wildlife viewing. So like all these people from the city in Cleveland, that don't have any experience with wildlife, they'd come out there and just sit out in the parking lot and watch these fucking raccoons, and they'd come in the store like, why are those things so damn? I didn't know raccoons were that big. I'm like, well, it's because we're well fed.
Oh, yeah. They get big like medium-sized dogs.
And I'm talking like you would walk out there to take out the trash, and you'd open up that gate, and there'd be about 30 or 40 of them out there.
Oh, shit.
All diabetic raccoons.
Yes, exactly. And there were a few cases where the raccoons got taken for a drive because they were in the dumpster when the garbage truck came to empty the dumpster. I didn't feel one bit of sorrow about those raccoons going away.
Oh, wow. Right. I was trapping them and anyway, I ended up killing all of them though because they started coming after my chicken.
At least they weren't diabetic. At least they weren't diabetic raccoons.
I haven't shot any at my place this year. I shot a few last year because they get in the barn and they just make a mess.
Well, I shot one out the chicken coop this year. We had one get in the chicken coop. I shot it.
Yeah. And I trapped one when I was setting out traps for woodchucks. And I let him go. He was in the cage for like a day and a half. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I better check the cage, because usually I check my traps, at least once a day. And so I go outside, and yeah, there's a coon in there. He was fucking sleeping. I had to shake and kick the cage to wake him up. I thought he was dead. He was just snoozing. Took him out to the edge of the field and let him out, and he booked it about 150 feet and climbed a tree. Like, get me the fuck out of here.
I've trapped some live raccoons, and they just sit there and hiss at you and threaten you, and they're mean.
I'll hiss at this, and I'm hitting with my pellet rifle.
Well, last year I trapped a skunk by accident because I was trying to get the coons and the possums that were like hanging around the place. And this skunk, I'm like, oh man, how the fuck am I going to deal with this? I'm going to have to, kill it before I get it out of the cage. And I didn't want to do that. So I gathered some courage up and walked out to the cage, and he was awake, and he took a look at me, and he just started like making little purring squeak noises, like he was really happy to see me and everything. And he was super calm. He wasn't fidgeting or hissing or anything. And I just reached down and, hit the manual release to open up the door and everything. And he just walked real calmly out and looked at me and sniffed at, my shoes a couple of times, and he just walked away. And I was like, I don't want to see you again. Don't come back.
As long as you don't have a raccoon on your face like a freaking alien trying to suck your soul out or something.
Brian says, how so? He says, Minnesota's the 5th leading agriculture state. Brian Blaze says, Carpenter, how? It starts snowing in October.
That's kind of what it's like in the place I worked at up in Canada. It wouldn't surprise me if they have snow on the ground up there right now.
Right.
See, South Texas, I mean, they grow oranges and everything down there.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
like
that's
Corpus Christi and all that.
Oh yeah, it's Brownsville, all up the Rio Grande Valley. Yep, that's where my first son was born.
Yeah, if I ever make it to Texas, one of the places I want to see Corpus. Looks like a beautiful city.
You know the town that Alex Jones was showing, Donna, Texas.
I missed that one.
Okay, well, he was showing all the illegals coming over, and they're all in these processing places and everything. That was in Donna, Texas. That's the town I lived in. It's 8 miles from the Mexican border.
Well, come back, Zing.
Yeah, I almost took a job a few years back. Probably about 8 years ago. And it sounded like a real cool gig. But it ended up, I found out it was in Laredo. I'm like, nope, don't want nothing to do with that.
Right.
I used to go to Laredo all the time driving a truck.
I speak no Spanish, so I wouldn't do well in that town.
We had what you call NAFTA loads. Remember NAFTA?
Right.
And I was driving, and I used to go to a lot of those border towns, like Laredo, Piedras Negras. One time I made it to McAllen, Texas, which is close to Donna. That's a scary town. Juarez and McAllen, Texas. On the Mexican side of both of those towns is where the Zeta cartels are.
Yeah.
And I used to go down to Arizona border. I don't think I ever did any on the New Mexico border, but Arizona, Texas, and a lot of California, San Diego, little place on just north of the border of Tijuana called Otay Mesa. Calexico. Yeah. And then we have to take all our lights out of the trailers when we drop a trailer there. Take all the lights out and hand it to the guy in there. I don't know what they do with the lights or what, but even the little rubbers on the glad hands have to take all that stuff off, and it's because they get stolen. And then when we pick up a trailer, we had to get the lights, the glad hand rubbers, all the little accessories, and put them all back on the trailer before we could haul it back into the U.S. And we get our trailers back. They go in there with brand new tires and come back with bald tires.
Because guess what? It's time for a bun. Yeah.
I'm still not hungry yet.
No, it's not time for a bun. It's time for a bowl.
Oh, barn. Pineapple. Oh.
Just did
I used to
6 days of water supply for the dogs. Oh, geez, my back is fucking killing me now.
But that's why I got those NAFTA loads, is because they knew I spoke Spanish. So I'd go down there and, tell them what trailer number and everything all in Spanish. Because a lot of them don't speak English.
What are you guys doing over there?
Or at least pretend they don't.
Colonel was up last night.
Oh, was he? I missed it. Fuck.
Oh, yeah, dude. He was up last night. He's having a kind of rough weekend, so keep him in your prayers. His mom's in a bad way after the vaccine.
That's what I was going to ask him about.
Who's that?
Colonel.
Oh, Colonel Shaw. Okay. Yeah, I will.
Holden Caulfield, there's actually 16 dogs in this building at this moment. There is 9 puppies.
9 puppies, yeah.
And 7 adults.
Well, I'm kind of glad we're talking about lighthearted stuff tonight because I wasn't into any deep conversations right now. I'm not in the state of mind for it.
You mean you didn't want to jump into a rabbit hole? Oh,
no, I
was just going to bring up alien abductions and all that stuff. And oh man,
that's what I said. That's what I meant when I said I wasn't very talkative tonight because, for one, I'm kind of in pain, and for another one, I just really don't want to get into deep conversations.
Yeah, you need pie. You need pie.
I had an expectation that tonight was going to get kind of crazy fucked up because earlier, I can't remember whose stream it was. It was either Aaron's or Don Bears. Anunnaki was in there in the chat.
Oh, shit.
I'm like, is he going to show up here? Yeah, it is. But
he's a freaking drama queen.
Yeah, he's off. He's just slightly bent.
I like Anunnaki though, but it seems. I'm not gonna say anything negative about him because I know it's gonna come back on me. Yeah. I like Anunnaki. It's just he's a freaking drama queen, and it's everywhere he goes.
They're on the screen. They're called puppies from the planet Canine.
Nice. What happened to Singh? I thought Singh was going to come up.
He's got internet issues.
And the only thing they do is attack boobs until they're like 3 months old.
No, at about 6 weeks, they'll start attacking food.
No, 3 weeks. Three weeks old, we start them on food.
Right.
Yeah. So we grind it up in in one of those food processors, and then we pour in a couple of cups of warm milk, and it kind of makes like a slushy. That way then it saves mom's boobs, and then I put a t-shirt on mom, and she'll tell us when she wants to give him milk, but we put a t-shirt on.
I was just watching mom and see how the pup for her. And at 4 weeks, I started them on the canned food.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 5th week, I introduced them to the dry food.
So we were giving them. We gave the first litter that we had out here about 4 years ago. I had some canned food that was available, and man, what a mess it was to constantly clean up. With the Royal Canin puppy food ground up and with the milk, it 10 times better than the canned food. 10 times better, easier. Mom cleaned everything. She cleaned everything. Nice. You can't even go in there to pick up a piece of poop because she knows that that's all nutrients and she wants it all. You go in there to start cleaning up her poop and she'll come in there and growl at you. I'm not kidding. Every single female on this farm has been that way. After about 5 weeks, then she lets you start coming in and cleaning up after them. Yes, they are absolutely working dogs.
Yep.
That's.
I'm sorry, I
sounds
was
like
answering
that.
questions in chat, so sorry.
So the male, is he a white German Shepherd?
Grandpa was a pure white.
Okay.
So we've already got one grandchild that's pure white, and we will have more here probably in about 2.5 months because Cuvée is knocked up next.
Early
Yeah, this
back
will be
during
her.
the time. Back during the time of World War I, when they were breeding German Shepherds, they were trying to come up with a type of dog to deliver messages.
That was where the Malinois came in.
And they wanted them, because they would send them out at night with messages, they wanted them to be as dark as possible.
Yep, they used to. They had the regular canine shepherds, and they also had the, and then they had a little bit longer haired version of the Malinois, and the Malinois were generally they would send out, because the Malinois would burrow themselves in if any troops came by.
And they're darker.
Yep. Oh yeah.
They have that dark muzzle and everything.
Yeah, and they have the demon face.
Yeah.
That was the other thing. They have the demon face, so it would scare the hell out of the troops if the dog came out of nowhere. Yeah, there's a long history behind those Malinois and what they're capable of doing. They are probably the most agile dog that I've seen on the planet.
What's your feelings? What's your feelings about their a Malinois as far as family and stuff like that? Are they?
They tend to be a little bit overprotective.
Okay.
But if it's like a single person, and a single kid, yeah, you have great protection. Big families, siblings fight, and that you don't want the dog reacting and protecting one child while the other one is you understand what I mean.
Hey, Huckleberry, welcome in. Hey.
So you're familiar with Schutzhund training?
Yep.
My shepherd, his name was Kojak, and
okay.
We started with Schutzhund training, and then we had a problem with him getting out of the yard. I mean, we had an 8-foot high fence. He would just climb that fence like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
A cedar 8-foot high fence. He was so intelligent, we had to lock him out of the house because he figured out how to open sliding glass doors, ring doorbells, turn doorknobs. I mean, that's how smart that dog was.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where we couldn't contain him, and he bit a little neighbor girl on the ass and made a purple mark because she saw him and ran from him. And naturally, he thinks she's up to no good or whatever, and just gives her a little pinch. Well, the people wanted to sue us, so we gave him to the Salt Lake County Sheriff, to a guy that needed, because he was the right breed and everything that the Sheriff's Department was looking for, and he was papered and everything. And they got him through a bunch of his training until they took him and got X-rays and found out that he had the beginnings. He had he didn't show any symptoms of it, but of the hip dysplasia.
Yeah.
So they brought him back to us and said, you can either keep him or we'll try to find another home for him, but we can't use him as a police dog. So and he did everything fine in the training. I mean, scoured walls, 8-foot high fences, all that. And he understood all the Schutzhund command before we even before the guy was even going to pay us money for him and everything if he worked out after they tested him for the hip dysplasia. But he said, I can't use him, and he didn't make the audition.
Yeah, sometimes it's a gunfire that stops a dog from passing. Sometimes it's the physical aggression part. They just don't want to attack somebody. sometimes
He was perfect.
watching
He was perfect.
no, I'm just saying for other dogs, going through the same program, sometimes it's they wouldn't go and grab the pant leg of the guy. They instead they went after the arm and then the face, kind of thing, so
Huckleberry's called fire. Oh,
Hey,
okay.
there's Colonel Shaw.
You can't argue
What's
with
up?
that.
Colonel Shaw, salute.
Colonel Shaw.
Oh. This weed I'm smoking is called Strawberry Cough. It lives up to its name.
Yeah, Kyle Cushman. I've used that strain quite a few times to breed my own strains too.
It's real popular here in Ohio. Comes back year after year for like the last probably 8 years. Out of Michigan. Oh.
Yeah, it's originally out of California though.
Well, Ohio's still medical only, so
Yeah.
Almost all of the recreational shit comes out of either Michigan or Colorado.
Yeah, depending on which way you're driving from.
I don't have the right yard or conditions here for a German Shepherd. I think they're my favorite dog, though. I think that's my favorite breed. Either them or the Malinois.
I'm in a building that is 20 feet long and 14 feet wide with 7 adults and 9 puppies.
Wow.
And these dogs are happy dogs.
Yeah.
Except for when they take my pillow, that's it. Because they got their own My Pillows. The dog beds that you see back there, those are all My Pillows from Mike Lindell's. Them things. It's every other dog bed I've ever had here. They've torn it to shreds. Okay, within a couple of days of having it. These ones, they come in, they lay down on them, and they enjoy the bed. I mean, it's like they're freaking spoiled bitches.
Well,
except for him, he's a spoiled bastard.
I like My Pillow. I got one. I actually went and bought one, and I went through all the steps, and they said the one I need to buy is the white. It's they're color coded for different pillows.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a wonderful pillow and everything, but my shoulders are too broad, and I'm a side sleeper.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to roll mine up when I sleep because I sleep on my side.
Yeah.
Ryan, they got 10 bits. Okay.
So I probably should get a bigger pillow or something.
Yeah.
There was
actually some breeds have up to 14 nipples.
Yeah. Yep. Their body will produce enough for the puppies that they have.
Yep.
Believe it or not. Yep.
And so she's got 3 extra boobs. She's got more than enough. Trust me, they pop from nipple to nipple thinking they're going to get a different flavor. Okay.
Yeah, it's a fountain machine.
I don't blame them. I'd do the same thing.
It's so funny when you're watching them and it's like you can see them back there what they're doing now. But when that paw is massaging the boob at the same time that he's getting milk out of it, you just see Mama's eyes roll back in her head as, oh yeah, keep rubbing my boobs, keep rubbing my boobs. That's it.
I thought it was so weird. My old dog that I had, her boobs were all offset. All her nipples were offset. I got her spayed though. The first time she went into heat and I got coyotes coming around from everywhere. And I was like, damn, we can't keep cleaning up, after her and everything and dealing with these coyotes. And that was over in Illinois. But they were offset. They were weird. They were offset, and she had like extra ones and stuff. It was so weird. She was the weirdest dog.
Huckleberry says it can hurt too.
What? What can
I
hurt?
don't know. She just said it could hurt too. Like she's
The
like
extra boobs?
Yeah, I guess. Right. I don't know what. Yeah. But yeah, the
I wonder if that's possible for a human to have extra boobs.
I don't
No.
think so. No.
It is in Hollywood.
Right. I don't have
I
a puppy cam like Hawk. I should have a puppy cam.
You
I
should
think
have a
it'd be
puppy
kind of
cam
cool.
on. But see, when I get done on YouTube, I usually go into my chat room on Pal Talk, and I'll leave that puppy cam on. And people be having a bad day. They just pop into the chat room, listen to the music, and watch the puppies, and they just chill out. They forget that they're having a bad day, you know. And that's the whole idea of it. Is, you know, we get enough crazy shit going on in real life that watching the creation of life and puppies coming up is kind of a good thing. It gives you a chance to freaking breathe, you know, and gives you something to chuckle about, because they look like a bunch of drunks. When they're walking away, they look like a bunch of drunks. When they're trying to get to the bar, they're like staggering and falling. It's cool. Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that you didn't sit there and laugh your ass off at those puppies for the first few days.
Right.
Here, we'll try to watch that one. See if he can get up on the pillow.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. That was especially I set them outside and watched them climb because the doghouse has a raised floor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a porch. So they have to climb up on the porch. You know what I'm saying? It was funny watching.
But see, now they know how to get up on the picnic table, don't they?
Not yet.
Oh, they're
getting
just about
close.
there. Yeah.
It's getting close.
So what you do there is take the boards off of the seat part, just leave the table part.
Yeah.
You know, so the big dogs will jump up onto the upper part, and it'll be at least a couple more weeks before they're big enough to even attempt to get up there. You know, that's it. You know, just play it smart. That way there you don't have neighbors calling and say, "Hey, your dogs are running all over my property."
I don't have neighbors.
Oh, there you go. Then let them.
The neighbors we got will eat the puppies.
Oh, yeah, that's not cool.
Right. That's not good. No. But yeah, we got raccoons, we've got possums, we've got coyotes, deer, all kinds of stuff out there.
Lizards.
We have an armadillo. The other day ended up dead on the road out there.
Oh wow, they made it all the way to Missouri, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Colonel, they're not even a week old yet. Their markings come as they get bigger. They're getting all their facial markings. The only thing that we had was Matilda came out with 2 white paws, and one of the other ones, or 2 of the other ones, came out kind of a lighter shade right off the bat with a lot of browns in them. But in most cases, all puppies that are born are black. It's even Gabriel, when he came out, he's pure white. I don't know where he's at. He's here somewhere. He must be outside. Yeah, Gabriel was even a darker color, and like by day 2, he was white as snow. It was like she had to get all that fluid and everything off of him.
But yeah, the thing to worry about around here would be the hawks. We got some big ass hawks out, and it's not even funny.
I had a bald eagle the other day fly over my head about maybe 20 feet above me.
Oh,
I was
wow.
standing outside at work having a cigarette, and
that's so cool.
Big old shadow, went right past me as I was looking down on my phone. And I looked up, and fucking immature, because when they're still young, they're almost all black. Yeah, I'm like, fuck yeah, because we got 3 eagles nests within 5 miles of me.
Oh, wow.
So you know where Jubit's truck stop is over in Portland?
Which one?
Jubit's truck stop?
Yeah.
Over in Portland? Their travel center?
Yep.
I used to go in there quite often. And
I would see these ospreys made nests up in the lights over the truck stop. And at first I thought, were they bald eagles? And somebody told me they were ospreys.
Get those around here too.
Seahawks. Ospreys
they were
like
cool.
a Seahawk. You know,
They're so cool to watch. They look like they're related to an eagle, though.
it's like a cross between a hawk and a falcon.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in Oregon.
Yeah. Oh,
We
just
don't
on our farm. We have 30 acres and seven or eight nests on the far end of the farm.
So, have you ever heard of Eagle Ridge Golf Course?
In Oregon?
No, up here in Utah in the valley.
Yeah, I remember an Eagle Ridge when I was out there, but that was back in the late 70s.
Oh, okay. Because there's Eagle Ridge Drive and then Eagle Ridge Golf Course, and it's named after that because we have bald eagles fly right over my house all the time.
Puppy
You
attack.
made me do it. Got out the cuteness video.
See, you should have been singing. And they call it puppy love.
That's the name of the video. Yeah, puppy love.
See, at that age, Gabriel's ears were already standing up. But your dogs don't eat. They got floppy ears.
Yeah, they got flappy ears.
So there's a legitimate place here called, it's an actual big cliff face called Eagle Ridge, just above the golf course. And there are eagles that nest up there every year, and they're beautiful. Bald eagles. Our state bird used to be the golden eagle. Now it's the seagull. Pretty bad. Pretty bad.
That one that's underneath the bench that was saying hiding underneath there.
Yeah.
I bet it still does it too, doesn't it? Stays away from the rest of them.
Yeah, he still sits back. Yep.
Yep. He's gonna be the one to keep. He's gonna be the one to keep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Plus, we're also being invaded by bats. There are a lot of bats here.
They're just little itty bitty vampires. That's all.
Well, that's actually kind of a good thing to see because they've had so many problems over the last few years with that white nose virus, bacteria, fungus, whatever. It's killing a lot of the bats off.
I actually had one fall right out of the sky and drop dead right in my driveway.
I've been hearing stories about big raptor birds falling out of the sky in areas that the certain electronic system is turned on.
Yeah.
Just dropping right out of nothing. Yep. I wasn't going to say that. I didn't say that. We're not confirming nor denying.
Yesterday, they sprayed the hell out of us around Cleveland. There were so many fucking chemtrails in the sky. I couldn't believe it. I wish I would have taken a photograph of it.
Probably freaking the Chinese spray.
Well, no, it's we have about an hour drive from me east towards Pennsylvania. Where like Youngstown, Warren area of Ohio, there's an air. It's not the National Guard; it's the actual Air Force Reserve. They have a base there, and they have a dedicated. The squadron's mission is aerial spraying. They're the ones that they send out for mosquito control when hurricanes come through. And they're set up. They have the mobile force firefighting system that they can swap out. You know, they send them down to California and out west for the fires every year, but they do weird shit too. There's been a lot of weird military flights around the country lately. If you guys haven't heard,
and it's going to get weirder. It's going to get weirder. I'm telling you, things are. If anybody ever asked you, are we standing on the precipice? Yes, we are.
Yes,
There's absolutely no doubt to that. We are.
There's a lot of people getting indicted. There's a lot of those things. All the pretrial stuff is all happening.
Yep.
Patriot trials are on their way.
Now it boils down to people taking back their states.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, as we the people, not as the fucking politician.
I'm going to put that link up again for that petition for a convention of states to take back power from the federal government. It's in both private and regular chat now again. Please go there, read up on it, and sign the petition for your state. Yeah, now you're in Oregon, close to Washington State. Did you hear, you know where Fairchild Air Force Base is?
Yep.
They had a massive, like 2 full squadron launch of KC-135 refuelers. They actually had them doing Mito elephant walk runs off, the base, and sent up like 15 or 16 of them all at once within like half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And you can, someone did a screenshot of the radar, and they were all flying east in one big line, one after another. And then they, spread out across the country to support other shit going on. It was massive. And there's all kinds of spy planes up, special op planes, command and control planes, intelligence and, reconnaissance planes. Hell, there's a B-52 flying just about 10 miles north of me last night.
And they're circling around, just circling around certain cities.
Yep.
I know where you're getting your intel from. I know where you're getting your intel
a heavy
from.
eye on the border, but also all the major cities. Yeah, there's. I think it's a big training op that they're keeping kind of secret, kind of like when the Army had that big exercise about 4 or 5 years ago. I think this is an Air Force version of that, and Navy.
Yeah. Also, flights going back and forth from DC to Guantanamo.
Well, not just DC. A lot of other places are heading down there too.
Yeah. Yes, something's going on.
I saw 2 nights ago, there was a flight leaving somewhere near Carpenter's place. It was registered government of the Netherlands. But I'm thinking maybe, someone in the royal family over there flew out to the Mayo Clinic and was flying back home, because he's not far from the Mayo Clinic.
All right, guys, I'm going to jump off of here. I got to get to bed early. I got to be up early for an early podcast at like 7 a.m.
Good luck with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell me your channel once again, please.
Okay, so it's the same as my name, Hawks Mustard Seeds number 8.
Okay.
And so what's going to happen is in the morning I'll be on Jerry Foley's Gideon's Army, which is an assembly of prayer warriors that gets together pretty much every day. They do at least an hour of prayer every day. When I leave there, I'm going to take a break for a little bit, get some food in my stomach, make sure that I'm well prepared. And then at noontime tomorrow, we are going to fire up for 48 hours of straight prayer for our country, for our president, the one that we know won, him,
Yeah.
and puppies and gardens and people. And so if you've got somebody you want to pray for, you want to add to a list, we'll have people coming in that will come up and they'll say their prayers and everything. And for 48 hours, we hope to draw on as many people as possible to make it impactful, because where two or more are gathered in my name, we can move mountains. We can move mountains, and right now we got a mountain in front of us, and the better prepared everybody is, the better we'll all be, so with that, I'm going to wish you gentlemen adieu. Have a great night, and love them puppies, man. They're beautiful.
You too, man.
Beautiful job. It's and we'll catch you at the end of the weekend after we get done, unless you guys pop over and visit us. So
you know it, man. We'll be there.
All right.
Rock on. Dream well, Patriot.
You have a good night. God bless.
Yeah. Good Lord, I tell you what. I'm going to have to hit it too because I'm on generator time. I've had a couple really bad overcast days, so I've been going through things, so tomorrow and the rest of next week.
Stick around for a couple minutes and smoke one more bowl with us.
Oh, you got it. You got it. Rock on. Fire. And the motherfucking bowl. Kick that goat.
Oh, I'm not set up for that at the moment.
I figured you'd have it on shortcut. Right.
We don't have Apex here to twist his nipples.
Right. He started that I was like, no, that's not going to cut it anymore. It worked great when Kim was pinching his nipple, but then after that it went south.
Yeah, Huckleberry, we want to see you come up on screen. And Colonel Shaw.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I'll stick around for that.
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah. That's fun.
All right, I just whispered you the link, Huck.
Have you talked to Florida recently?
No, I have not.
Have you, Bill?
Occasionally I do.
And when's the last time? You saying last week?
Probably, yeah, it was last week. Yeah, he sent me a couple of pictures of his pictures that he's doing. Yeah. He sends me, images of his art and stuff sometimes.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow night I'll text him the StreamYard link and see if he'll come up.
Awesome.
He's got some really cool looking art that he's been doing lately. He's actually getting a lot better.
Golden coffee. Oh, there's a squirrel lover. I'm a squirrel lover. Mine just happens to be with something.
Excuse me.
Right. I'm a squirrel lover too.
Yeah. Neighbors too.
Yep. Fire the Bowl brought to you by Dr. Good Farm.
Actually, that area where he lives, that's where a lot of that those flights have been circling around too.
.com.
Which area is that?
Near Jacksonville, North Florida.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff in and out of Jacksonville.
Oh hell yeah. He's told me, he says he's been seeing all kinds of stuff flying really low right over his house and everything.
Well, there was 2 weeks ago, there was some kind of operation going on where they sent up a lot of spy planes from Eglin Air Force Base further down the Panhandle, and they were buzzing 3 different areas in Florida, from Jacksonville down to Orlando and then down to the Keys. They were doing some kind of weird special op thing. Oh, shit.
There goes Colonel Shaw. Almost made it. There he goes.
What's up, buddy?
Colonel Shaw in the house 2 nights in a row. This is a pleasure.
That's
Rarely
right.
seen.
Wie geht es Ihnen?
Get good.
Sehr gut.
Ja, coffee.
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 I only know one thing in Dutch, and
Huck. Come on, Huck.
it's a transcript from a Pink Floyd concert in Amsterdam back in '69. I have no idea what the fuck what the guy's saying.
Well, send it to me and I will translate it for you. I told you before I would.
Yeah, there's like something like Hamakten Concertgebouw, 17 Jungslade, and shit like that.
I will transfer every word for you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I can email you. I think it's actually on YouTube. Someone put it.
Yeah, you can email me. Of course you can.
Yeah, I still got your email address.
What's up, Washburn Willie? What's up?
And Jason Pearl's still here.
Jason Pearl, rock on. Carpenter.
Jason.
Shit.
Carpenter.
Well,
yeah.
Ach du lieber.
All the important people are here.
Oh, everybody's important. Come
I
on.
know.
I know Don's
Come on.
working.
Rock on.
Huckleberry's important. I don't know why she didn't come up here.
She's working from it. She's she says she's on her phone. She just asked for the link again.
Okay. I have no
And
pie.
here she is.
Hey.
Did you put a ribbon?
Hey, guys.
Is that a ribbon on that squirrel?
No. It's a bottle. It's sucking its bottle.
I was saying there's something blue on its head or something.
Oh no, that's its blankie.
Oh, it's blank.
That's its blankie. Huh? Shut up.
Huckleberry,
Hi, Colonel.
show yourself.
No, I'm in my pajamas.
Oh, is
He's still clothing.
Who's
It's still
whining at
clothing.
me?
Huckleberry,
No.
you're still wearing clothes.
But my hair's not done and I don't have makeup.
You always have excuses.
Natural beauty is its own reward.
Yeah, okay.
Oh man.
Okay.
You men
If
don't
you don't want, then
understand.
you don't want. Don't do anything against your will.
I would never understand putting on makeup.
You're a man.
Well, the only makeup as close as I come is putting on camo. I've done that. I've had to put on the camo, But that's about as close as it gets for me. The rest of it's all kind of what? Okay. Yeah, I just think y'all just look beautiful the way you are. You know what I'm saying? That's why.
I put on beard oil.
I'm actually considering trying beard oil because my beard is like real dry and stringy and kind of curly. I'd like to see what my beard would look like if it was like soft and,
Right.
not all puffing out everywhere.
Try beard balm. That's what
Yeah.
you need.
Well,
I have that too.
even though you use that, you still got to do the brush. Got to brush it a lot.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and put like a hot wash rag, on your face, and soften it and everything, and then put the beard balm on there, and you'll be able to brush it out, and it'll stay better. Just kind of, that's how when my hair is real short, I can't train it to do anything. It just goes every which way. It looks like freaking Einstein. So I have to use hot water.
I'll tell you what though, I do like my beard when it starts growing out though, because it just stays contour on my face for whatever reason, and it works. I like it. Like it'll start puffing out here at the chin, but yeah, I don't. Especially during the summers, there's no way I'm growing a big beard. You know what I'm saying?
No, when mine grows out, and if I don't do anything with it, it'll just spring out like it'll just be all sprung out like a lion. It looks horrible.
Oh really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks like a big round hobbit beard.
Dude, that's funny that you say that, because I used to have, like 10 years ago, a much longer beard, and it was the same texture, real bushy and wild looking and everything. And I went to a Cleveland Indians baseball game, and during a quiet part of the game, I overheard this couple that were sitting like a row behind me and a few seats down. They're like, check out that dude over there in the next row up on the left. He looks like someone from like the fucking Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. He thought I was a dwarf because my beard went down to my navel.
Oh geez.
Yeah. He's like, it's fucking Gimli.
It's Gimli. Death comes for you.
I thought that was kind of cool.
Right. No shit.
Well, Colonel Shaw's got a businessman look.
Yeah.
He looks like he's all business.
Hey Colonel, how's that garden going?
I didn't went. Was raining all day yesterday.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm still harvesting green beans and okra like crazy every other day.
Well, I got nothing anymore. Everything is out now.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the green beans are on their way out though, but I'm still pulling. I can pull about a pound or two a day off of the 12 plants I got going, or 15 plants. Pole beans.
I have to plant garlic this month. And you should too. Garlic must go in the ground in October.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. You reminded
some
me.
breeds of onion. Yeah, I got to get mine in.
Oh,
hey,
shit.
Huckleberry, what have you got in your garden, Huckleberry?
It's all dying out, but I still have green peppers coming on. Yeah, it's pretty much done in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
I harvest all the special weeds I already harvested. But yeah, it's done. I had tons of stuff in it. I had peas and tomatoes and carrots and potatoes. I got some really good potatoes this year.
I'll be over tomorrow. I expect dinner.
For some taters.
I'll bring a big cut of beef roast, and we'll make a pot roast.
Oh yeah.
Carrots and potatoes, and a few other things.
Huckleberry, I think your climate is about the same as we have here.
Oh, yeah, very close.
Yeah, pretty much as the Gulf Stream goes. Yeah, it's about the same.
Yeah. I believe it's.
He's more like North Minnesota. He's more like North Minnesota. I've been there.
I think Huckleberry is in climate zone 5, 5, 6, same as me.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
You are
I
in
think-
6, 7, ain't you, Wiz?
Yeah, I'm right on the line between 6 and 7. Yep.
Yeah. That's good. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything, like I said, everything grows here. I just gotta get the soil right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, we had a bad summer. Cold and rainy.
Bad sun.
Bad
Good
summer. Yeah.
I'm right on Interstate 80, so everything that goes across Interstate 80, straight out to New York? That's about the latitude I am, roughly.
Well, that's also 5 to 6, same as Huck, right?
Yeah, 5 or
She's
6.
up-
Yes.
I thought you were up on 90, Interstate 90 up there.
No, I'm talking
No.
about climate zone.
Are
Yeah,
you
the
on Interstate 80 or 90?
Me?
Which one? Yeah.
81.
Oh, okay. Well, you're close.
North.
I think.
North of DC.
Yeah, we're about the same latitude.
I'm at Interstate 59.
Right.
But then again, it's a different climate on the West Coast, like Oregon and Washington, than it is here where I live. It's completely different.
Right.
It's colder, isn't it? Oregon is cold.
I think we're colder.
Really?
Yeah. He's got
Yeah,
the mountains right up north. He's got Hawk Pass right above Salt Lake City right there. And that cold just builds up right there on that hill, on the mountains there. And yeah, they get dumped on. Yeah.
We've got all the ski resorts and stuff here.
Yeah.
The most famous snow on earth, the best snow on earth, right here where I live.
Yeah. You get up around Hawk Point. Yeah.
We had the winter ski. We had the 2002 Winter Olympics here.
Yeah, what's the name of the big resort out there?
Snowbird or Park
Snowbird.
City.
Yeah, Park City. Yeah.
Park City.
Yeah, I remember watching some of those Olympics. It was beautiful out there.
Well, that Park City was built for the Olympics. That's why
it was an old gold mining town. It was a ghost town that was turned into a ski resort.
Sweet.
That's probably our most famous one is Park City. And then Alta, Park City. Actually, if you're serious about skiing, you probably want to ski Alta because that's actually better ski runs, some more challenging runs there.
I don't think I could handle Western skiing. It's completely different than Eastern skiing. Yeah, there's probably not a single hill west of the Mississippi that I'd be comfortable going down. I've been skiing a bunch of times, but all out east here, and it's completely different. The mountains are nowhere near as big.
Right.
Or steep. And I wasn't even, I'm not skilled enough to do, the triple diamonds or any of the black trails here on the East Coast. I like to stay on the long, slow blue and green hills. That was fun for me.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, the only skiing I ever did was in the Alps. So
Right. My favorite place to ski is about 15 minutes away from Aaron, where he lives in New York. There's a big resort up there. Yeah.
Well, there's a place up in southern Switzerland, and that passed through. It had a train going through a mountain. The city was inside the mountain. And they had elevators to take you up to the area. You know, that kind of crazy shit. Yeah, it was like badass. But I don't even remember what it was called. But because we were only there for like 2 days, and then we had a connecting train going down to northern Italy, Naples. But yeah, that's the only skiing I've ever done, and I don't know. I survived it. That's all I got to say. I thought it was cool. I wasn't gonna do that again. Yeah. I had a car breakdown in Vail, Colorado. Never did get on
Pretty
this.
place to have it happen.
Yeah, it was beautiful, but yeah, it was in October too.
I bet getting a tow truck or road service out there is super expensive though.
Well, thankfully it was all downhill from where I was when it broke down. I just coasted it down to the exit ramp in East Vale, and then even where I took it, it went back under the highway. It was still angled down. So and the gas station was right on the other side. So I was like, there we go. That's where I ended up. 1972 Cougar XR7 convertible. Killed it. The mountains killed my car. Dude, it was badass. It was a 72 Cougar XR7 convertible. Nice car. Nice car. Tear it up.
Yeah, mountains will kill a car easily, even in good weather.
Yeah.
I remember being on a trip once with my mother. We went down to Smoky Mountains National Park, and the one mountain that you ride the ridge up on, the one road that bisects the park, almost killed our car. It was like a 97 Saturn, and it didn't help that my mother didn't understand how to change gears for going up and down, steep grades. She almost killed us.
Oh shit.
Yeah, because like around here in Ohio, you don't need, even with an automatic transmission, there's a first, second, and third gear usually. She never used them. She had no clue. It got to the point where I'm like, pull off at the next pull off and read the owner's manual, or I'm jumping out.
Oh boy, I tell you what, it's scary going down like Hawk Point or going over Reno Pass. That kind of stuff with a tractor trailer. Yeah. I was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to Colorado when I'm going west in a tractor trailer. They kiss my ass. I'm going around. So I'd always go up like 90 or 80, mostly 80. Then turn around and south, I'd go down 40 and run that across, or 10, depending on where I was coming from. But yeah. No, I wasn't going to go 70. No way. Not in the truck. 18 wheels? No. I'll take Reno. I'll take McLeod. I've been over Smoky Mountains and Chattanooga, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, no. I don't want to go through Colorado in a tractor trailer. I just don't. I have a phobia about that. So. Since I blew up my car. But anyway, rock on.
One thing I'll tell you, driving through the mountains, living out here where I do, it takes its toll on a lot of stuff on your vehicle, one of them being your brakes.
Yeah.
Coming down hills, I'll tell you what, I've seen so many brakes on fire, smelling like burnt brakes.
Mm-hmm. Get a little heavy-handed on that trailer handle.
Oh, same thing with cars. I mean, it'll just, whether it's a car or a semi truck, it doesn't matter. I mean, it does a number. You'll be replacing brakes on a regular basis. That's what I kind of like living out on the flats for that reason. Because, like Kansas, I never change my brakes in Kansas or Texas. Never.
Well, the first thing you do as a tractor trailer driver when you do your inspections, first thing I would do when I knew I was heading for a pass like that, an incline or decline like that, I'd pull off them and adjust my brakes right
Well,
then.
you're required by law to do a brake check at the summit of all these mountains out here.
Oh, I didn't give a damn if it was a brake check or not. I would, yeah, you check your brakes, but I mean, I would set them every time before I go up one of those passes. No way, I'm not going to count on that brake before using another. You know,
If you're running light, you don't really have to worry about it. But when you're carrying 80,000, when you're grossing 80,000 pounds, I mean, you gotta stop at those. Every summit, there's a brake check area, and you're required by law to stop in that brake check area and check your brakes.
Well, okay.
People don't do it. A lot of times they'll just stop their truck, sit there for a minute just because the law tells them to, and don't even check their brakes. And you can smell it when you get down to the bottom of the hill. You can smell people's brakes just burning.
Well, that's because they didn't adjust their brakes properly before they did that. They were lax, and that's real serious. That's just saying, because if they're not tightened down and if they're not to where they're supposed to be, this is, onto the drum. They don't go all the way. You don't get the right pressure on it, and they'll sit there and they'll burn rather than stop or break the tire. They want
the Irish misfit is in Amsterdam today, isn't he?
Who?
Huh?
The Irish misfit. He's in Amsterdam.
Dave?
He's in Amsterdam today.
Is he?
Yeah, he told us yesterday. He's here for a Pearl Jam concert, and he asked me to come to meet him in Amsterdam yesterday.
Oh, wow. So you're going to meet him?
No, I told her my mother was in the hospital.
Yeah.
Right.
But I could have invited him over to my place, but I totally forgot. But he was welcome over here.
Oh, I'm sure he knows.
But I mean, flying from Indiana to Amsterdam for a jam concert. You got to be rich then, right?
Right.
I think he's doing well.
You know what? I'll get a. Well, where is Apex anyway?
I don't know.
Yeah, probably stoned on his own weed.
I haven't seen him anywhere today online.
Yeah, he needs to stop smoking his own weed. At least slow down a little bit, damn it. Yeah. But
the Irish Misfit has a European passport, so he can come in anytime he wants.
right, he's got Dave's numbers and stuff like that. He might be able to get a hold of Dave, pass on some information.
Hey, Huckleberry,
Yeah.
can you tell me what is a Kerr cornfield?
I'm sorry, it was supposed to be cut.
Oh,
Cut cornfield.
okay.
Sorry. It's a special kind of corn here. It's called core.
Oh, this time, yeah.
Hey,
Nah,
Colonel.
Sorry?
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Hi. But I've been here for about 50 minutes. Now you say hi.
It's because Wiz won't stop talking.
Well, nice to meet you too, Huck. And I hope to see you one day. I want to see the face by the voice. And I don't care about
Okay.
makeup. I don't care about makeup or hair.
Well, I got to make a good impression.
You
Gotta
are,
wear
you
that
are insecure.
Victoria
That's the
dress for
problem.
me.
Well, next Friday night. How's that?
Yeah, Friday night. We got a cut Huckleberry on Friday night when she's ready to go out. Right?
Okay. Yeah, it's a date.
at 10 o'clock sharp.
Always an excuse.
No.
Yeah, but so you're gonna try and put the squirrel out. I'm telling you, you let that squirrel out of your house, near your house, and it ain't gonna do nothing but try and get back in your house. I keep telling you.
Well, I
Well,
think it's a female thing. My wife wouldn't come up here, and my wife really is beautiful, but she doesn't come up here. It's a women's thing, I guess.
Right.
right.
Insecurity.
Right.
Yeah.
No matter how beautiful a woman is, she always thinks she's ugly, right?
Kinda.
You nailed
Well,
it. In
yeah,
other words,
kinda.
that's women talk for you. Nailed it.
Yeah.
It's going to show
Well,
its face any second now. I just feel it. It's going to show itself any second now.
Right.
Now, I'll tell you where I always used to go in PA, Allentown. We had a terminal in Allentown. And every time I'd go up to Allentown, I'd always, if I'm coming back from Allentown, I'd always stop in Ohio and pick up a load of cabs for international trucks. Because that's where they build they have international parts up there in Ohio.
Mhm.
Yeah, that used to be. Yeah, I used to go there a lot.
What the heck? Hold on. I'm going to read this in chat. A shocking video claims France's first female astronaut screams Earth must be warned before she attempted suicide. Claudie Hegenier, 59, reportedly had to be restrained after yelling the eerie caution prior to falling into a coma from an overdose of sleeping pills.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Is this
What?
is this for real, Holden?
Yeah, it's kind of like onion thing or something. Hopefully not.
Damn, those aliens must have been ugly.
Oh yeah. It's racist to call them aliens, by the way.
Yeah. How should we call them?
Interstellar. What do they call it? Interstellar.
Transsexual.
Something. I can't remember what it was. There was supposed to be a politically correct thing for aliens.
Interstellar transgenders.
Yeah, something like that. It'd be like galactic travelers or something.
Yeah.
I don't know all that alien shit, if they're coming or not. I don't know.
The Martians are coming.
Yeah. I thought men were from Mars and women were from Venus. So we are the Martians.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the warlike. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say here. Men come from Mars, women come from Venus.
I don't know. Maybe we should all take a trip to Venus.
Ooh. Then I'd rather go to Mars.
Yeah, Venus is kind of dangerous.
This is
Human
toxic.
life could not live there.
It's toxic.
Yeah, it is. At least
Right.
on Mars, you've got like
Too
a
many
percent of a
women.
chance.
It's a women's planet. You don't want to be there.
They're
They're
all
gonna rip you to
feminists.
pieces.
Right. Blood on the wall.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, we would land our ship and walk outside, and every single woman that was around the ship, they would scream like that libtard woman on YouTube that everybody clips, screaming to the sky, "No!"
Well, I don't know. I heard the estrogen gas was so thick there that you would just drop over dead.
Estrogen gas.
That's just good.
That's good.
Hey, come on now.
It's a high pressure kind of atmosphere. You know what I'm saying?
Oink, oink.
Oh my.
And the gravitational pull will definitely collapse you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's control.
Too much pressure.
Too much,
Right.
too much pressure with no electromagnetic energy.
I would like to go to the moon. The moon would be great.
Yeah, that well, under Trump, they were putting together a consortium to put the first resort on the moon.
Really? A
Yes.
golf course. A golf course.
They were going to put a resort of a building with a
Yeah,
the whole welcoming center, a whole spaceport, all that stuff.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
called
the golf course.
Mara Luna, like Mar-a-Lago.
Well, yeah, but they're actually trying to put that together. They were going to be working with. That's how I found out about that heavy lift vehicle.
There was also a similar thing where there was a lot of talk about starting to mine asteroids for the precious metal content.
NEO mining. Yep.
Yeah, they were starting to sell future shares for investors.
I thought the moon. I thought the lunar surface was for lunatics.
You're very punny. You're very punny.
I guess I was wrong.
Right. So, what's the squirrel's name?
What's a squirrel? What?
Yours.
Oh,
Huckleberry.
it's stupid. It's stupid. The kids named her after some Nordic mythology princess, and her name is Freya.
Freya, yeah.
Freya. Because
Queen
when
of
we
this-
thought it was,
Go ahead.
Well, when we thought it was a boy, they called it Odin. But we looked it up, and you can definitely tell a boy squirrel from a female squirrel, and she changed her name tag.
Freya's a good Viking name.
That's kind of a cool
wanna know
squirrel
what-
name, actually.
Yeah, I want to know what Holden's squirrel's name. He needs to tell me in chat what his squirrel's name is.
Oh.
He's got one too, and it sits on his shoulder.
It's a guy. It's probably Squirrel. Sure, Squirrel.
No. He saved it. If you read chat, you would see the story.
Does he have evil eyebrows?
No, he saved his, and it's 2 years old now.
Oh. My
Hey,
squirrels.
Valentine.
My squirrels over here have evil eyebrows.
Really?
Oh yeah, and they try and bean you with acorns.
Yeah, they're as big as cats, right?
He's got possessed squirrel. Hey, I got a nocturnal squirrel. We have squirrels that come out at night. We really do. They get brave at night.
I don't know. I Loki is another one. That was the mischievous Nordic mythology was Loki. I probably would have named a squirrel Loki.
Chaos. Yeah.
Yep.
Trickster.
Exactly.
Loki's a fallen angel.
Yeah. It was the Nordic god of chaos.
Yeah. When Christianity took over the pagans here in Europe, then they made their gods into demons.
Yep.
Right.
It doesn't mean they were demons, but they made them demons. That's how Catholic Church worked.
Yep. I'm currently really into a Norwegian band right now, and that's one of the points that they bring up in some of their songs is how Christianity killed their original culture.
Yeah. Christianity brought the sword, and they didn't do it with the word of Jesus. They did it with the sword.
Yep. Crusaders type bullshit.
Yes.
They call themselves missionaries, but they were just fucking destroyers.
St. George, St. Patrick, all murderers.
Yep.
Made saints, but they were not saints.
No. Yeah, that was all.
They claimed
that was all in the name of religion.
Yeah, right. They claimed to come from Jesus, but there was no Jesus in them. There was the Roman Empire was in them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because in fact, the Catholic Church is nothing but Roman Empire.
Continuation. Yes. Yep. The Council of Nice, right?
Nicena.
Nicena. Yeah. That. Yep. And the agnostics were eliminated.
Yep.
Yes.
And that same doctrine carried on to the Northern Crusade. Yep.
They had to dive under in those secret societies. They had to go underground. They were risking, to be burned at the stake.
So they revised a lot of people's cultural history. They revised the history because the Catholic Church wrote their version of each culture's history that they overran. So
what they did was the Age of Josephus. That's how they brought it all in. They told them that we are of the same religion, just we have different things and representation for it.
I'm gonna stay out of that one. We'll discuss it at a.
Well, no. I'm just saying that's what it was in the time of Josephus. He was adamant. I mean, we're talking about the Catholic religion and what they were doing. That's when Sunday became important instead of the Sabbath. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah, no. I'm not. No, we're just talking about this.
Because there still are some people that get offended that are Catholic, and I understand.
Oh no, that's the truth. I mean, it's all.
Look, I am Catholic, but I have nothing with the Catholic Church,
Right.
I truly believe the Catholic Church was an evil instrument
I believe all religion is evil.
All of it is.
I don't trust organized religion. I wouldn't go so far as saying it's evil, even though there are parts of the Catholic Church that I consider evil, not the entire church.
Not the people necessarily.
I don't
Not the
believe.
people.
And look, you guys know that I'm agnostic to begin with, but I'm open to all possibilities.
Right.
But I don't think that you should only be granted a place in heaven unless you follow what some human says in his interpretation of the Lord. That's the people say, oh, if you don't go to church, you go to hell, even if you're a believer. It's like, I don't buy that.
Yeah, that's works. That's salvation by works, and that's not possible. That will not happen. Agree with you, but agnosticism. That's actually, I understand agnosticism because I was one. So I totally understand agnosticism. That's where it's like, until I see proof, I'm not going to.
See, that's my issue. Like I have such a scientific upbringing that I, in my mindset, I need something, that I can truly believe with my own eyes and not just take somebody else's word for. That's just the way I've always been raised.
Yep, I understand that. I was there. I was at that point.
There will be no man between me and my Creator.
But see, with me, religion was shoved down my throat when I was a kid, and that's where I became agnostic.
Yeah.
Because it was hitting me from every direction, and it turned me away from religion in general. I didn't even want to talk about it with people.
Now,
right. Well, I am no religion. I just am Christian.
Yeah. See, I went through a phase, actually, in my late teen years, where I, in addition, I had been agnostic, but I started getting into Native American religion and started reading up on that, and there's a lot of aspects of that I kind of adopted for a few years.
Yeah, it's like Buddhism. I got a book called The Teachings of Buddha, and if you were to take the name Buddha out of wherever it said Buddha and took that out and put Jesus in there, you'd almost be reading the Bible. It was almost the same as the Bible. So there's a lot of truth in religious stuff, but then again, you've got people, if it's not changing their heart and they stay evil and they keep doing stuff, in this world and call themselves religious, I want nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with that. So much evil in the world, and it's coming out of people calling themselves Catholic or Lutheran or whatever the name you want to claim. Excuse me, that was an
You got to cough to get off.
It hit me so hard and fast that I just didn't even have time to turn the mic off. Sorry.
That's what happened to me about an hour and a half ago, when I had to shut my camera and my mic off because I took a hit off my joint and took a little too much and ended up dry heaving and puking up a little. Everything that I drank for the last hour.
Yeah, it was just a scratching in my throat or something. It just hit me all of a sudden. Happens every once in a while, and it's really hard to cough or sneeze with my rib all fractured and shit, But I got my fill of religion. I mean, I've tried different religions, and I even got into Druidism. I got into a lot of different things. I studied the Quran, and this was a journey going from religion to religion, looking at what they had to offer, and all it was control. It's all about them trying to control you. Their books seem all right. The Bible, the Quran, the teachings of Buddha, whatever it was. The books seem okay, but the people don't behave the way they say.
Exactly. Exactly, Bill. It's the people. They are corrupt.
Because I was open-minded to it. But I believe in God now, and I believe that Jesus Christ is my personal savior. But has nothing to do with religion. That's just where I'm at, of my personal creed or whatever you want to call it. And I studied Odinism. I definitely did. Druidism. And I found out a lot of the things that was written against the Druids was actually lies from the Romans.
Yep.
Most of the stuff about Druidism is false.
Yeah,
And
the Romans hated the Druids. They wanted to wipe them out.
They started with their dehumanizing of the Celts in 72 AD from the first book. After they were burning the 7 colleges of the Druids, they burned them. They burned them and destroyed them, razed them to the ground. And those are my ancestors, Those are my ancestors. And I got into books from the British Museum of History that my mom brought from England, books that you don't find in bookstores here, and learning about this. And I come to find out everything. It started with this general, a Roman general by the name of Lucan. And he was trying to raise armies, and he said these dehumanizing things about the Celts, so that when the Roman armies came and started to wipe them out, that they could do it with impunity, believing that they were less than human. That is exactly what happened. And everything that's written to this day, including Wicca, including the book of Wicca, are lies that go all the way back to Lucan and his writings. The things that people are practicing in Wicca is completely from ancient Roman writings about the Druids that they knew nothing of. The Romans knew nothing about them.
None of their alchemy, none of their medicine, none of it.
I sound like I'm defending them, but the very word Druidae in the Latin language means priest. What is written about them, about a Druid? Somebody walking around looking like Merlin the magician and stuff. All of that stuff is entirely. It's not what they were. It's not what they were. With torches in the middle of the night, with capes and cloaks on, and you see these people that think they're Druids that go over and worship over at Stonehenge, and the arch Druid of I can't remember the place, Echtenstein or something like that in Wales. He's supposed to be the highest Druid of them all. And they would go to Stonehenge and do weird magical shit. This is recent stuff, all from those stupid writings from the lies that were being perpetuated by the Romans, and they created a complete religion out of it. Even the Burning Man is an absolute bullshit story. What they're talking about, the Burning Man.
What was the one that they? Are you talking about the one over in the UK, the Wicker Man?
Yeah, that's where the Burning Man comes from.
Yes.
The Burning Man that we have down here, where everybody goes and acts crazy and everything, that's not. It's not
original. Yeah.
It's not original, and neither is the one that used to happen over there. It's not original. They don't understand it. They've rewritten everything about what that was. They say that they would put human beings inside of this wicker man, right? And they would burn them all alive. and do human sacrifices in order to get the so that the sun would come back, so that the sun would come back to appease the gods, so that the sun would come back after the long winter. That was what their story was, and Colonel Shaw left.
Yeah. He
I
might
hope
be having internet issues. He might be back.
Yeah, I hope so. But yeah, the Romans wrote a lot of lies, and then
I gotta get out. I gotta shut down this generator, guys.
All right.
So
keep it
I
going.
gotta shut down, and I'll follow on my phone. Okay.
Yep. Sounds good.
All right. Talk to
I
you
will
later.
keep her going.
I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Dream well, Patriots, because we win this shit. Just have faith. Walk in faith, man. All I got to say. God bless you all. See you tomorrow night.
Okay. See you, Wiz. Now there were three.
The Three Stooges.
No.
Well, I'm Mo.
I'm Shemp.
The forgotten one.
Yeah. He was the predecessor to Curly.
Yeah. Now, I remember hearing something that, because they always had a reputation for being just like jokesters and oddballs, someone claimed that they had been tested for IQs, and all of them scored super high IQ tests. Like, those guys were fucking geniuses, legit.
Well, they're even funny in this modern day and time to watch the Stooges.
Yeah, they're timeless.
Yeah, I could watch them forever. And Laurel and Hardy were pretty funny.
I never watched that.
Oh, I liked Laurel and Hardy. But I guess, who is it? There was Charlie Chaplin even further back. We used to watch silent movies when we went to Shakey's Pizza Parlor. When I was in Scouts and stuff, and all of us would go to Shakey's and get pizza and watch Three Stooges and Charlie Chaplin and all those old black and white. Most of them were silent movies. I think they were all silent movies, actually, if I think about
Some
it.
of them had some music to them, but yeah, they were, as far as the dialogue, it was all, captioned. I think my favorite silent film was Metropolis. That was just mind-boggling.
There were cool silent movies that were very historical too. Because you could see, like, they'd show a scene in San Francisco or something, and they were just silent movies. But there was a lot of. It's a good thing they preserved history that way. Who was the one that hated kids? W.C. Fields. He hated kids. Get away from me, kid. You bother me.
Get away from me, kid. You bother me.
Yeah, exactly. And the Marx Brothers were before my time, but they were funny. They weren't silent. But these guys were all holdovers from the vaudeville days. So they were in silent movies like in the 1920s. And one thing they were talking about, what they were looking for in those old movies were they wanted people with dark hair and pale skin.
Yeah, for the contrast.
So that they would have contrast. And if they didn't have it, they gave it to them.
Yep. Dyed the hair or gave them a wig.
Yep. Because it was black and white, and they wanted, they wanted people to see the expressions and everything. Huckleberry.
Yes, I agree. I'm about ready to go. I'm getting sleepy.
Kind of kind of makes you think about kabuki theater.
Yeah.
That's why they do the extreme expressions on their faces in kabuki theater, so you can see expressions, with the makeup and all that.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
But you need an
I like
interpreter.
geishas.
You what?
I think the geishas are so it's so artistic. It's like in the movie Memoirs of a Geisha. It's just an art form. They're just gorgeous the way, the makeup and everything they have to go through to get dressed, and it's just a real talent.
I wonder if I saw that movie. I might have.
I think it's pretty factual as far as how they train the geishas, because a little girl grew up there and they had to train her the ways and stuff, and it was a really good movie. It's long, but it's really good.
So what was the purpose of a geisha? Was it to they were not supposed to get married, right?
No, they were mainly there for the enjoyment of men, like company. I don't know.
Yeah, it was
how
almost like a
sexualized.
non-sexual escort type thing.
Yeah, they were like
They were masters of entertainment. Like they knew everything about ancient Japanese culture and protocol, and how to interact traditionally and perform musical instruments, singing, all that, professional companionship.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, kind of like an escort for the men. Yeah, they're not to fall in love, but in that movie she does, so you'll have to watch it.
So they were forbidden to fall in love, or what?
No, they weren't. That wasn't something that was allowed. It's in that movie, at least. I don't know how much is factual, but no,
Well, I
they
think
could have,
factually, there were different levels of geishas. They had the high
right,
class, but they also had the low class.
right.
Yeah.
Like Holding just said, they're kind of like escort ladies.
So the low caste ones, were those the ones that gave the happy endings?
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but they even had to sleep like on the floor on this board under their neck, so they wouldn't mess up their hair
Yeah.
and their
Like
makeup. It's just
there,
really weird.
there's
They had to go.
modern geishas, current times. They have to go through like a 6-year school and apprentice out after that, and they make huge amounts of money just entertaining business executives and high-end people, and at the very high class level. Not many of them are prostitutes, but they make a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
It's one of the most coveted jobs over there for women.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of like finishing school for ladies here, kind of.
Kind
They,
of.
they used to have those schools that people would send their daughters to teach them how to be proper and prim,
Yeah.
Learn posture and protocol and
What do they call those schools? I'm trying to remember. Finishing school. I
yeah,
heard of
that's
that.
the American term for it.
Okay.
Over in England, it's kind of they call it I can't remember what they call it, but like the people that graduate from these schools end up in private service with like the lower class nobility, not and to some extent the royalty, but like all the the lords and earls and everything for their household staffs, they have all these, girls and guys too that, they call it, working in service. And, you get your housekeepers and your butlers and your kitchen maids and everything. They all have to, do lots of training for that.
A maid.
Yep.
But not pie maidens, right?
Possibly.
I think they made more than pies.
Milkmaids.
Yeah.
They churn the butter and make the cream.
Oktoberfest.
Yeah, they're having a big apple harvest festival here the last 2 weekends. It's like they call it the National Apple Harvest Festival. I don't know if people really come from other places, but it's always swamped the 2 weekends they're there.
I just remember my grandmother saying to my sisters and stuff, that's not very ladylike.
Yeah.
She used to say that a lot. I used to hear the older generation, older than me, say things, like you should act like a gentleman, or that you should act more ladylike to a female, but it was to girls, they would say you're not being very ladylike, like belching in public. And to me,
Right.
that's so kind of repulsive when somebody just belches right in your face. It's not uncouth, as I was taught. Like they don't have a very good upbringing.
Hey, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Be right back.
Yeah, they don't teach that anymore, because I was even raised by my mom saying, act like a lady. That's not ladylike. You shouldn't talk like that. It makes you look bad. We were raised like that, but you never hear of it anymore.
Yeah. And I've told people I don't think I really was raised, but I look back and I think, yeah, actually we were raised to have decency and manners and things
Right.
like that in my generation. Decency and manners and cordiality, how to be cordial with people. It comes to visit or something to drink or eat, you always did that. It was just something that we did in my generation and my generation before me. And now none of that, And another thing I noticed, a lot of people don't even set a table where the whole family sits down at the table to eat dinner.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they just, here's your food, and you go sit in front of the TV or something.
Or they're all sitting there with their cell phones, even the parents.
Right. I mean, maybe we need some more of that. You need to try to bring that back and not go to that level and bring them up to a higher level by setting an example.
Well, yeah, because a lot of these kids don't have that example, but everybody wants to be treated with respect. So, yeah, it'd be nice if they could get back to that, but the schools don't help that either.
Like,
You can,
I'll go in a store and somebody will call me dude instead of sir. That's really kind of off-putting,
what do they call you? What do they say?
They'll say like dude or hey man or that kind of thing. They no manners.
No, and it should be sir. I don't really like them. When they first started calling me ma'am in drive-throughs by, a young person, it was like, damn, they must think I'm ancient, but it is respectful.
Yeah, and I noticed in the South they still teach that, to their kid. Yes sir, no sir, especially when I was in Texas. It's yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am. That's proper.
Right.
That's a proper upbringing, what you would call a proper upbringing.
I agree. I mean, that was just common around here.
Yeah. And politeness. Politeness. There's
Mhm.
a complete lack of politeness. At least be polite, even if you don't like the person. And if you don't have something good to say, don't say anything at all.
Right.
Don't interrupt people, things like that. You know, that's where I get kind of put off on the stream when I come up here, is everybody interrupting each other, and I was taught not to do that. That's impolite.
Right.
That's just my upbringing. And it took me a while to actually understand it, you know, as an adult and everything, because and I understand it now, you know. Wait your turn. And
Well,
another thing
yeah.
I was taught in that was not to jump around from topic to topic trying to change the subject all the time. People around here where I live, if you say something that's slightly uncomfortable, they will try to change the subject. And it's like, grown-ups don't do that.
Yeah.
They talk about things, and they talk about it until they get to the end of, you know, some closure. Where
Right.
you bring closure to the conversation instead of just interrupt and say, "Can we talk about something else?" They do that all the time around me, and it just irritates the hell out of me.
Yeah. It's like they're dismissing you and they don't want to, talk about it.
Well, you kind of got an idea of the environment that I'm in too. If you say something that's uncomfortable with the mainstream area here in Utah, you know,
Oh.
they really don't want to talk about stuff.
I know. If they would just discuss some of it, they might actually understand. We might actually understand each other and see that we all do really want the same thing. But with us type people, we're not liberals, and
There you go.
yeah, they just don't even want to discuss. They don't want to discuss. They're right, you're wrong, and they're just fanatical about it.
You got it. And it is the most impolite people I've ever met are liberals. Not necessarily liberals, but Democrats, people on the left side. They're
Right.
and they take advantage of our politeness, because it's not so much that they're impolite, it's just they take advantage of the fact we are polite. And a lot
Right.
of people will it's not that we shrink into a corner and don't want to argue with them. It's not like that. It's just we're taught, if you don't have anything to say, nice to say, don't say anything at all. Most of us have a degree of politeness where we understand that, and then these liberals come out with these bombastic statements, and then people just kind of shut up and let them make a fool of themselves.
Right. I agree.
But it's partly the generation too. They really don't have any really good upbringing. It's obvious. They just make it obvious.
Right.
They
And
were
it's not
raised to be
because
non-confrontational.
Well,
right.
to be cordial and polite, and while we're being polite and non-confrontational, the non-confrontational is, you got to consider that there's other people in the audience, you know, and having a screaming match on the screen is just going to make everybody look like an asshole. So there's a lot of people just trying to be polite. They're not scared to talk about anything. They're just being polite because that's their upbringing.
Right.
That's the way I see it. I don't know.
Well, no, that makes sense. And we weren't, like you said, brought up like that. And it just makes me uncomfortable. And everyone's talking at once and fighting. It just doesn't get anywhere.
Yeah, just manners, good manners and politeness. And a lot of people, especially the older generation, they're not going to sit there and get confrontational with you. They'll just walk away and let you scream it yourself or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
because the one screaming is the one that makes the ass out of themselves. Doesn't
That's
matter.
true.
It doesn't matter whether they're right or wrong.
Well, they could be right, but they're screaming at each other, so you can't even get their opinions.
Yep. You look bad either way when you're screaming and yelling and over talking
Mm-hmm.
people. Well, I hope I don't get like that. I try not to, because I wasn't raised that way.
No, it does get frustrating, and it does seem like the younger generation is rude. But then again, no, we have a lot of we have a college here, a university, and when the kids come back with their parents to buy all kinds of stuff at Walmart, the parents are just as rude. And so then you know where these kids got their manners, which they
Pretty.
don't have.
Yep.
As soon as you see some of them parents that are so rude to you, it's like, oh my Lord, I don't understand it. You would think that they would want to teach your kids respect because they would want it from other kids, so they should teach it to theirs.
Well, maturity is something that even a lot of older people don't have. There's a lot of older people that are not very mature, and I've met young people that act very mature.
Right.
It doesn't have a lot to do with age.
No, it's true.
Some people are just socially immature.
I
And on
have
that
met
note,
some.
fire
What?
in the motherfucking bowl. Because it is that time.
I can't get that high pitched.
I'm
Neither can I.
not even gonna try.
Well, there's good things in the world too. There's good people in the world, and there's good things. Like I said, a lot of us are just, we're actually too polite and too considerate of others to engage in it. And it looks like it might, you can call it out and say, oh yeah, he's a coward, he won't even talk to me. No, actually the fucker doesn't want to talk to you.
Well, I've met some young people just at Walmart. There was one day at the register, and there was nobody around, so I wasn't holding up the line or nothing. And she talked with so much sense and had such a good head on her shoulder. And I told her, I said, "You're really refreshing." I said, just complimented her and gave her, build her up, because I don't hear that often. And you got to let them know when they're doing great and they're going in the right direction.
Yep. I try to give people that I see that are like what you're saying. I try to give them positive affirmations about it and encourage them, stay that way. I like how you talk. I like the way you act. I like the service you gave me. You called me sir. I'll tell you what, I try to encourage them.
Well, yeah. And then they'll want to keep it up, and, they won't get discouraged by all the hate out there and what their friends do.
Yeah, like you said, I think it is upbringing. I think it's their upbringing.
Oh, yeah.
They're either brought up right or they're not.
Well, we had supper every night at 5:00, and you better be there because Dad expected it. And if you weren't, you better have a darn good excuse.
Oh
and
my
we
God.
Said, what?
True. Now you're talking.
Yeah, and no one called. Like, we did not take phone calls during dinner. If the phone rang, we didn't. Well, we just said, "I'll call you back. We're eating dinner." And like I said, we sat down every night, and your ass better been there, or when you come through the door, you better be ready with a good excuse.
Well, see, I remember before we had cell phones, and people, you had one phone in the house, and it was a shared thing. Maybe you might have had two or three. That's not the point. Point is, when it was dinner time and everybody sat down to eat, nobody gets up to go answer the phone.
Exactly.
I mean, you're right. I mean, dinner was at a certain time. If you didn't show up, you didn't eat. You don't even get to go in and get leftovers. Nothing. You don't eat if you don't show up for dinner.
Yeah, and if you didn't like what Mom made, too bad. That's dinner, and you're gonna eat it, or you're gonna be hungry.
Now, us kids, we had to eat in the kitchen while the adults ate in the dining room.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't want to talk about things in front of the kids.
Okay, right. My parents never discussed certain things in front of us, ever.
Right. Same here. And I ate at the breadboard. There's like a slide out breadboard.
Oh, yeah.
And I ate there, and my sister ate in some kind of a stool or something. I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But we all had, or my mom would set up a card table in the kitchen.
And
all the
card table.
Do you remember the card table?
Yep.
And me and my cousins and my sisters and everybody, we'd all sit wherever we could sit in the kitchen because we weren't allowed in the dining room.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Same thing in my place, because we would usually do our holiday dinners next door at my aunt's house because there was just more room. She had a huge dining room, but yeah, up until we were early teenagers, we had to eat in the kitchen, which we didn't mind.
And my friends were afraid to mouth off in front of my grandmother because my grandmother would give you that look, and you knew that if you wise off in front of her, she would knock your freaking teeth right down your throat. That's how she was. And there's been quite a few times I'd be in the back seat of the car, that hand would come around and I'd try and dodge it.
Oh, good times.
I loved my Nana, though. I loved her.
Yeah, a lot of our family dinners like that, for most of the adults were getting shit-faced.
I saw a kid, I was with my grandmother in her car, and we're driving down the street, and she saw this gangbanger on the street corner, and he was wearing saggy clothes and had his head shaved. You know what came out of her mouth? "Oh, look at that poor retarded boy. He looks he looks lost." That's what she said. She says
no one's taking care of him.
Yeah, because in those days they used to shave their head for kids that were in like an institution or whatever.
Yeah, sanitarium.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, exactly. She was. And they always wore like hand-me-downs, and he was wearing these like baggy shorts and stuff. She's like, "Oh, Lord, boy, he looks lost."
Well,
No.
I think I'm going to call it.
All righty. You take care, Huck. Thanks for dropping in.
Sure. Nice chat, Bill.
Yeah, same here. Thanks for coming.
Sure. Y'all take care.
All right, you too.
Okay, night.
Yeah, Bill, our family get-togethers on this side of the family, we would have them at my aunt's house next door. And I was just a little kid. I was only like maybe 3.5 years old and was over there for Christmas. And my uncle had just gotten one of the very first big VHS camcorders. Like the first year that they hit the market, he had bought one like a couple of months before Christmas. He was taking video of the get together, and in the video you can see my grandfather and my grandmother both drunk, my mom and my dad both drunk, and there I am at like 3.5 years old, and I'm drinking beer.
Wow.
And there's this moment where my grandfather realizes that my dad's giving me beer, and he goes, and he's drinking whiskey sours, and he's smashed, and he goes, "George, don't give the boy beer, come on." And then my dad's like, "Oh, it'll put hair on his chest."
Hey, I gotta admit, even when I was a little kid, I took a nip here and there wherever I could.
And somewhere buried in either my place or my sister's place, we've got that VHS tape. It'd be so funny to see it again. We haven't watched it since about the mid 90s. Oh.
No, I think I remember my dad giving me a taste of beer when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But everybody, they all drank, they all smoked. Everybody smoked. My mom and dad both smoked. My grandmother smoked. And then they told me not to. Don't do as I do, do as I say.
Yeah, in this video you can see my grandmother, my mother, and my aunt like chain smoking, insanely chain smoking. My grandmother would have 2 cigarettes lit at the same time in 2 different ashtrays on either side of where she was sitting.
That's hilarious.
The right hand, and then she smoked the left hand, and back and forth. It was nuts.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember my dad and my uncles and everybody would be all sitting there watching Dragnet in my aunt's house in the living room, with just clouded with smoke, and they'd be talking about America and all this stuff. We need to get a businessman in the White House. We need to get rid of these professional politicians.
Yeah.
And those old words that I remembered way back then, and all of a sudden Trump shows up and it's like, I know who I'm voting for, and all of that came back to me. I'd completely forgotten about that. But when he was running, it was like a real president. And then the memories started coming back, of what they were talking about. And they were, they liked Kennedy. Everybody I knew liked Kennedy. I was a real little kid then.
Yeah, my family liked Kennedy because my mother has been a Democrat for most of her life. She's kind of changing now, but mostly because of being Catholic. My grandmother, my grandfather, and my aunt and my cousin were all Kennedy. It's like, ooh.
I remember my mom was sitting with somebody that had the TV on, and we actually saw the assassination of Kennedy live on TV.
Oh, that sucks. I saw the Challenger explosion happen live on TV in '86.
Yeah.
And I saw 9/11 happen. I saw the second plane hit.
I didn't see that live. I heard it live on the radio, though. after the first plane hit, somebody yelled up at me. I was on a job site and yelled up. I was up on the upper levels of these dorms we were painting, and I heard somebody say, "Our country's being attacked. New York City was just attacked." So every one of us ran down, and they're like, "Shut up, let's listen to the radio." And we're listening to the radio, and because these guys, the drywallers and everybody were all down there listening to the radio about the attack, and they're like, "Oh, wow, the Pentagon." And then, we're hearing about the buildings going down and everything. I had no idea, and we got dismissed. We're allowed to go home and watch it. We got dismissed early because they really didn't know what was going on. So we went ahead and went home.
Yeah, when Challenger happened, I think they basically got on the intercom at the elementary school and told everybody to stay in their classrooms and have the teachers report in groups to the office over the next 20 minutes or so. And then they made the decision about half an hour later to cancel school and send everybody home.
Wow.
And on 9/11, I was asleep when the first plane hit. And then my dad ran downstairs, and I was sleeping on the couch, and he shook me awake. He's like, "You need to watch the TV. There's some major shit going on. We just got attacked in New York." And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "You're full of shit." He's like, "No, seriously, come on. You got to watch this." So he went in the kitchen, and me, my dad, and my grandfather saw it, plane 2 hit. And we were basically on watching TV and chatting with people on American, AOL. That's what we were using at the time. That's all we did all day long.
That's like our generation of Pearl Harbor.
Yep.
That must have been a lot what Pearl Harbor was like.
Yep. And when Kennedy was assassinated, I heard my mom talking about that. She was in high school. They sent everybody home.
Yeah, my aunt, she's not my aunt, she's my cousin's mom. She's a cousin, but she was a big time Kennedy Democrat,
Mm-hmm.
And she had pictures of Kennedy. My mom even had, or my grandmother even had a picture of Kennedy in the basement of her house. I mean, she really liked Kennedy. And I wouldn't say that Kennedy was a Republican. I think
he was an extremely moderate liberal.
There was a lot of Democrats that were like Kennedy, that were just like him. Yeah. I wouldn't even say I wouldn't say that he was a moderate Democrat. I would say he was a libertarian Democrat.
Yeah, I could see that.
Totally libertarian. And I think a lot of people nowadays that had an understanding of Kennedy are probably libertarians right now. They probably don't want anything to do with the Democrat Party or the Republican Party. Neither one of them, I'll tell you, neither one of them appeal to me. That's for sure.
Yeah, same here.
Because that's all that is that's that left-right paradigm crap that they want us to believe. That's how we got in this mess, is because of both of them.
Well, if you ask me, they were groomed, obviously, by their father, Joe. And they were nothing but, they were total puppets to the deep state back then.
Yep.
That's why they got, suckered into the Bay of Pigs and all that shit. And some of it's, McCarthyism too. They got suckered into that. I don't know. It was before my time.
Well, McCarthyism was the communist witch hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Senator McCarthy had proof of a lot of it that the deep state was trying to cover up.
Yeah.
So we were embedded all the way, going way back to Stalin and
early 50s.
Well, before that, all the way back to Roosevelt.
Mm.
Roosevelt was a socialist. Actually,
I cannot remember the name of the guy that gave this speech, but there was a Soviet leader way back then that made this speech that perfectly outlined what they've accomplished as far as communism goes in the infiltration of the U.S., especially with the educational system. It's one of Jack's favorite quotes. Jack from Dimbula.
Yeah, yeah.
It's fucking sad. Well, on a lighter note, I bought a couple new toys that I'm waiting on delivery for. I bought yesterday a drop-in Timney impact trigger setup for my AR.
Sweet.
And I bought a laser bore sighter that switches from 243 Winchester to 308.
I've got a multi-caliber bore sighter.
I got a bunch of single caliber ones. This is the first multi one that I bought. It was like the bore sighter was like $18, I think, and the drop-in trigger was like $119.
Yeah, bore sighter. I haven't even opened up my bore sighter yet.
Yeah,
I should for my handguns.
Well, I want one for 45 ACP, and I've actually tried to buy it before, but they fucked up the order and it never showed up. But I have one for my 22. I have one for my my AR, and I've got one for 9mm, I think. And now I'll have one for the 243 and the my 308.
Do you have a bore light?
Somewhere I do. I've never used it. It was my dad's.
It's good for if you've got any kind of a little flex light, you get down in there and look in your trigger assembly and see if you can find dirt and gunk and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
I like it for all of that. And I do like it for the bores. I mean, that's the main thing I always inspect is the bore.
Yeah.
Yep. But I could do that holding it up to the light too. But you just some of the tools, as we call it, you got to be able to keep the chamber open, and some of them don't have a way to lock them open.
Yeah.
So I could look down the barrel. So I want to see if there's rust or pitting or anything like that going on.
Yeah.
That's my old soldier coming out in me.
Deformation around the throat of the chamber and everything.
Well, down there in that trigger assembly, that dark area down in there.
Yeah.
That's I'm always, if I got a bore light, I'm always going to find some nasties in there.
Yeah. They call that like carbon fouling and copper fouling, depending on what kind of ammo you're using.
Yeah, carbon fouling and dirt. And because I spray lubricants and stuff down in there, you're going to have dust collecting in there and other things. And I hate taking trigger assemblies apart.
Yeah, see, that's the thing with my AR that I hope that this drop-in trigger will cure, because I've had this AR for over 2 years now, and I have not been able to get it to fire. So I'm at the point where I think that it's a bad trigger spring or a reset spring, and this drop-in piece is guaranteed to work, as soon as you put it in. So hopefully that'll clear up the issue. If it doesn't, the only other explanation I can have is that it was actually the upper receiver and the barrel throating are off. That's the only other explanation I can get for this thing.
Mm.
Because as it stands, since I put this thing together, I built it myself. You could put a round in it, chamber it, fire it, and the firing pin works, but it does not reach the primer. So I'm thinking it's a bad trigger spring. That's what I'm going at right now.
Okay. On a shotgun, on a pump shotgun, I wound up replacing my trigger spring and my firing pin. My pin spring, I guess I should call it. And I upgraded it to a higher, a stronger spring is what I did. And you go to Wilson Combat and let them know what. And I like their products. I mean, and I beat all the mechanism in this Norinco Hawk, 12 gauge Norinco Hawk.
Yep.
And I beefed it all up to a police magnum. So everything on it is super, police magnum grade, including my tube, feed spring, because it's a pump.
Yeah.
So I upgraded that because I extended the magazine longer so that I get one extra shot. I put a magazine extension on it. I don't want it any longer than the barrel. It's right with the barrel now.
That's cool.
So if you could get like a Maverick shotgun, or
I have one. That's the one that Don wants to buy off me.
Yeah, if you have those type of shotguns where you've got like maybe a 4-round 5-round magazine or whatever, and you look at all that space under that barrel, if you could just put a tube extension. I got mine from Wilson Combat because I wanted good. I didn't want to get some crappy thing, some aftermarket bullshit.
Yeah.
Just go and extend that, and you'll give yourself a couple extra shots on a pump shotgun. That's rock and roll right there.
Yeah, I got 2 pumps. The one's the Maverick 88s. But I don't like it because it has a pistol grip, and it's very uncomfortable and difficult to use that pistol grip and be able to function the hold open switch on the left side. It's awkward as hell. And I have an 870 Remington that I really like. I got to tear that thing apart. It's never been cleaned since I bought it.
That's what the Norinco Hawk is. It's a clone of the 870 Remington.
I've got a 2 shots over under Stoger Condor in 12 gauge, like an Upland Game Bird gun. Never fired that thing since I bought it. And then my last shotgun's my favorite. Single shot break open Steven Savage 20 gauge. That's one of my favorite guns that I own. I love that fucking gun.
You know what? I have some 20 gauge ammo, and I don't own a 20 gauge.
I'll buy it off you.
Yeah, it's I think it's double-aught buck. I'm not sure.
Oh hell yeah! I'll buy that off you, no problem. just let me know what you want for it, and we'll arrange shipment.
Sure.
Because when I bought the gun, it came with a bunch of ammo, but it was kind of old ammo that I don't even know if I'd want to try and run through it. So, always looking for 20 gauge.
Well, I'm not gonna. Since you're a friend, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna gouge you on the.
Oh,
I don't know how. I don't remember how many rounds I got, but I have to go after I get my truck fixed. I'll go over to my man cave and see how many rounds I have of it. It's the yellow stuff, high brass.
gotcha. Yellow shell.
Yeah.
It's either Remington or FRIYAY.
I don't need. I don't even need the box it came in. I just have it in a Ziploc bag. It'll say on the brass, I'm sure. I'll tell you exactly what it is when I get a hold of it.
Cool.
It's not going to do me any good, and I don't want to sell it to a pawn shop. I think they're the biggest ripoff artists. Well, we can't give you much for it, $1.
Like the pawn shops around me, there's no point in going to them. They're completely worthless. They're jokes. I've been to 4. We only have 4 pawn shops, in my general area, and I have never seen a gun in any of them. They're all tools, and mostly they're probably all stolen tools.
Pawn shop I used to go to, the guy stopped selling guns. He said it was just too many problems with his FFL and all the crap he had to go through that he just stopped doing it because there's people trying to sell and steal and everything else, and he just he just got out of it. He's done.
Yeah, a lot of that happening.
Now there's another pawn shop. I don't know where this guy gets his stuff. None of it's pawn guns he's got in there. It's all brand new.
Mm-hmm.
And then he buys these caches of cold steel knives, and he's got like these really cheap, $12 knives and stuff, but they're cold steel and they're good. And K-bar. He's got K-bar and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. I saw a knife for sale the other day. I'm thinking about buying it. I'm going to pull up a picture of it for you. Where is it?
I bought a cheap knife it's made by Cold Steel. It's called the Roach Belly. And oh my gosh, it's got the same grind like a Mora, that Scandinavian grind on it.
Mm-hmm.
Really good steel. It's carbon steel. It's right on par with a Mora, but it's made by Cold Steel. It's called the Roach Belly, and it's got this upswept blade to it that I really like. It was like $12.
All right, here it is on screen. It's a Browning.
Sweet.
Comes with a fire starter rod and a sheath, a leather sheath, 4-inch fixed blade, half serrated. It's going for $30. I'm debating.
Browning makes good stuff. I'd probably nab it if you can afford it.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I have never owned anything made by Browning before, so I'm a little skeptical because they say it's made out of D10 tool steel, but it's also made in China. So China pushes out a lot of fake D10 tool steel stuff. So that's why I'm wondering why it's so cheap.
Well, Browning is not made by Browning anymore.
Yeah,
Nothing Browning.
they just put their name on
Yep.
whatever they can source out.
Well, they got bought out by FN.
I didn't know that.
I actually went to their main headquarters, which is located close to me. And in fact, my next door neighbor, that's his last name. He's related to the original John Browning. I don't know how, but he is. Well, anyway,
Hey, good night, Nightingale. Thanks for dropping by.
Nightingale.
Buenos noches.
So I went up there, and they had a freaking Belgium flag flying on the flagpole.
That's what kind of burns me. Our military still uses the Modus 50 cal machine gun, but they're all made in fucking Belgium. It's sad that we can't produce that anymore over here.
I know. That's because FN bought them out.
Yep. And I'll be honest with you, there's not many FN products that I like. I would like to try out that 5.7 pistol that they've had for a while and a P90, but that's about it.
And I'd love to have a SCAR.
Those don't do anything for me.
Really?
Yeah, they look cheap, all that polymer. But I know that they're rated as a very well constructed, durable rifle, but they just look cheap to me.
They don't look cheap to me, especially with that folding stock and everything.
I'd rather have the P90.
Oh, not me. I'd rather instead of a P90, I'd rather have a as far as caliber goes, I think I would go with a 22 Magnum.
Well, the ammo for 22 Magnum is about as expensive as 5.7 right now.
I know.
And good luck finding it too.
You'll
be
right.
able to find more 5.7 than 22 mag.
That's true on that. And the effectiveness of 5.7 is a lot better.
At shorter ranges because it is a carbine. But yeah, a SCAR, that's a full-sized military barrel shooting 308. So, yeah, it's got more takedown power overall. But that 5.7, that's so fast. The velocities on that thing are sick.
Good little truck gun. It's meant to be a vehicle gun.
Yeah.
And
I've always liked it because they use it on Stargate. That was like their main weapon on Stargate.
Actually, you could get a P90 looking stock for the Ruger 1022.
Yeah, I've seen those. Well, you can buy a regular P90, but it's only semi-auto. That's completely legal.
Well, I used to hate bullpups, and
same here.
I want a bullpup now.
I always thought that the L80s over in the UK were kind of cool looking, but they have a horrible reputation.
I don't like any of the UK calibers.
Yeah.
They got some screwy calibers. And I'm not a fan of the Log either.
I remember about the only bullpup that you could buy in America was that weird looking thing that Bushmaster was selling back like in the late 90s, early 2000s before they sunsetted the assault weapons ban. That thing, man, they sold a lot of them, I don't know why though. That was one ugly looking gun.
Now, if I ever got a hold of a Pinsgauer, I would go get me a Steyr.
Yeah, stairs are cool. They're made in Austria, right?
Yep, so is the Pinsgauer.
I'm not familiar with the Pinsgauer.
The vehicle, it's kind of like a Unimog.
Oh, okay.
Good rock climber. Yeah, I'd get me a Steyr and a Pinsgauer, and I'd be like, screw you, Arnold.
Well, I think that's what Jack used for a long time when he was over in service in Australia. It was the Steyr.
That's what he said. Yeah, now that you mention it.
But I think when he was in Afghanistan, he was using American equipment. I think he was using M4s.
Yeah.
And he shared with me a while back a video that was shot showing him in a team out in Afghanistan. All I'm going to say is, holy shit. It was like it was like a dry run for a Bin Laden mission. That's the way they took out this target. Huge firefight ensued. Yeah, it was nuts, man. I saw this video last week. You're familiar with Funkers 530? The video site on YouTube?
Yep.
They put out this video. The guy that posted it said that he had been looking for this video for like 8 years now, and he finally found it. And I think it was taking place in southern Syria. And there's an assault going on this compound where some bad dudes are holed up, and like the walls around the compound are like I don't know, like 16-20 feet tall, and there's parapets on the corners and everything, and there's this one Syrian bad guy who's like standing on the wall, and someone tosses I think they tossed either a grenade or a claymore into the compound right below where this guy was, and it goes off, and the dude went flying like 30 feet up in the air and just started falling into different pieces.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I used to binge watch that Funker channel.
They have an app now.
I haven't watched
all this. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to use. I'd rather watch them on YouTube.
Funker 530, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to binge watch that. And I'm also a member of military.com. So I get a lot of stuff from them. They keep me updated on changes to veteran benefits and other things, and new things that are going on in the Army.
Yeah,
I stay abreast of as much as I possibly can.
Most of my military news that I get comes from this website that's called the War Zone, and it's hosted by thedrive.com, which is mostly like an automotive website. It's kind of strange, but they got some of the best reporting of new and old shit, as it becomes declassified. Really interesting shit.
Well, militarily, a lot of times we find out we did some bad engineering on equipment and everything, and we wind up going back to the old shit.
Yeah. But yeah, some of the new shit that they're coming up with, holy fuck, man. The Army is putting out land vehicles that are about the size of Bradley M2s, and they have a box magazine on the top mount that shoots out like a battery of something like 45 to 50 suicide drones.
Wow.
Like it almost in a tube missile shape, like they were shooting off like 5-inch rockets or something.
So I know that they've upgraded from the Humvee, and they're going to have Humvees will actually be phased out, and they'll be running the Oshkoshes.
Yeah, I know. I heard that Oshkosh was in the running for the design contract. Is it the one that looks almost like a 4x4 off-road like enduro racing truck as far as the suspension goes?
No, it's meant to be the Army's all-purpose vehicle, and it's bigger than a Humvee, and it's kind of like in between a Humvee and an MRAP.
Gotcha.
But I still think the Army ought to go back to the Jeep, and for one reason is it's a troop multiplier, and they're gonna wish they had Jeeps instead of this shit.
They can mount so many different types of weapons on a Jeep. It's insane.
Yep, it's super modular. And
they could make like a souped up Jeep. Like imagine like a 6-wheel Jeep with an extended bed in the back that you could, hold more troops or put more weapons on. Just extend the chassis and the frame.
But they might not do that because Jeep is owned by Fiat now. So
that's right.
That might be why they're not going to do it. That's what. But Fiat's trying to bring back some old stuff like the Gladiator, and the Gladiator that they brought back was not. It's nowhere close to what we would need for our military.
It also like Fiat. Yeah, they're Italian, and we've always been kind of funny with the Italians. But they're kind of stepping up the last couple of years as far as like the government goes, the way things are turning out there. So it might be good to give them a contract.
Wait till Trump gets back in.
Yeah. God, I hope.
Then we'll do it right.
I hope to God that Trump comes back in for at least just one reason alone. He needs to bring back, complete the plan to make this 500 ship Navy that, we need like crazy.
Yep.
We got so many fucking shipyards in this country that aren't producing anything.
Well, we need Space Force to get ramped up.
Oh, they're ramping up. They got a huge amount of money in their yearly budget, and it's going up this year. Trump ordered it. He grandfathered clause it in. Biden couldn't do anything about it.
Yep. And I don't think that Biden has any control over Space Force.
No, I doubt he does either. There's a lot of Air Force bases that got switched over to Space Force.
Yes. Not just Air Force, but there's a lot of guys that are ending their term of service because of obvious reasons, and they're going into the Space Force. I'm talking Marines, Navy. A lot of them are leaving the conventional military and going into the Space Force. So we're going to see a huge shift. Interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, good things are
like
happening.
all the major Air Force bases that were affiliated with Air Force Space Command, they've all been switched over to Space Force. places like Patrick Air Force Base, just south of Cape Canaveral. Cape Canaveral Air Force Station is now Space Force.
And that's what spy planes are flying in and out of.
Vandenberg, and like 3 or 4 other ones.
I don't think that the spec ops maneuvers that are going on right now are under the former vice president's command.
Oh, the traitor?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something about him that I never liked. I don't know.
You and at least 90 million other people.
And I find it funny as hell that he now lives at least part-time, like less than a 2-minute drive from Apex's. I drove when we went out to Wizards, we stayed a night over at Apex's and
not that former vice president.
Times.
I'm not talking about that former vice president.
Oh, I thought you meant Pence.
No. I'm saying that Space Force and the Spec Ops missions that are going on, I don't think are under the command of the former vice president who occupies that office. You know where I'm talking about, the former vice president.
Just say his name. I'm drunk. I can't figure it out.
Biden.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go,
Brandon. Oh. You know what I want to really do? I might do this tomorrow. I might go up to the top of my street in the middle of the night when everybody's asleep and put a huge white piece of paper over the stop sign and write on it in big letters, "Let's go, Brandon." I'd even like to put it on the signboard at my store because we have a big signboard out at the intersection. Put it up for one day.
Yeah, that former vice president.
Yeah, that took me a couple minutes because I've been drinking.
Because I will not call him the commander-in-chief.
No, he's potato in a basket rotting away.
He's the commander-in-thief. Another $3.5 trillion freaking bill.
That didn't pass, did it?
I think it did. Just destroy the whole freaking the lives of all Americans. That's all. They're such selfish, self-serving bastards. It's all about, the big reset, right? The great reset, wanting to put all the money, take all the money out of our hands, give it all to the 1%. That's what it is. But I don't believe that it's going to go on for a whole lot longer. Need to do like Hawk was saying, we just all have to, for all those people that believe in God, all the God believers, get in there and pray jointly with other people. Expect the worst, but hope for the best. And that's pretty much what I do. I expect the worst, but I'm hoping for the best.
That's why I've been putting it off for so long. I gotta go up and stock up on food. Long overdue on that, because I bought a shit ton of food like 2 years ago, and I'm about out of it.
Yeah,
As far as my non-perishable shit, like canned food and the box dinners and pasta pouches and all that kind of shit, canned meats, bulk of beans and shit like that. Yeah, I've gone through most of it. I don't drive, so it's hard for me to go out and do shopping like that.
Yeah. Well, long before Trump started all this BS, Bill Gates had already had the vaccine patented. He had one of the vaccines patented, and he also had the virus patented. before we ever knew about it.
Trump only started pushing the vaccine because he realized he fucked up when he didn't immediately close all the borders and the entry points.
Well, he did before anybody else did.
I don't know if that's true. I think one or two other countries might have done it before we did it, but
imagine all the resistance that he got, everything he tried to do.
Yeah, I know. That went on for the whole 4 years he was in office.
Yeah. That's a topic.
He really didn't have an administration. It was 4 years of just fucking legal bullshit that piled up on him.
Yeah, that's true.
He got a lot accomplished, but imagine if he didn't have all the opposition going at all.
Imagine if he didn't have all these witch hunts and all these people in the CIA and FBI that were against him, including his own freaking generals. He had generals and stuff that were against him. I mean, he just had all these America-hating globalists that are embedded in our government that have been running this de facto system for all these years, and they just didn't know any other way because this is the way they all get rich.
A lot of the problem is that all these admirals and generals that were in opposition to him, they all had promised post-service employment with, being on boards of major defense contractors and all kinds of bullshit like that. All lobbyists. They were basically lobbyists in uniform.
Yeah, that too.
Push this message in 3 years, you'll be making, $800K a year just for sitting at a table 4 times a year.
And he had all leftist Hollywood against him. And
all those Democrats that he inherited throughout the government that he had to weed out.
And he had all of this globalist media against him.
Mm-hmm.
And he still managed to accomplish more than any president in history.
Yeah.
That's saying a lot. You can't, I don't know if we'll ever remove all those stops, all those obstructions. I don't know if we'll ever get all those obstructions out of the way.
Well, the way I'm thinking of it is, if it ends up going where a lot of the lead actors on the opposition side go, if they end up getting indicted and having to go through what Wizard predicts about, the military tribunals and everything, he will clean house, and we'll have majority in the House, the Senate. You'll start seeing some revisions and additions to the Constitution that will, protect us from getting infiltrated by the left.
I'll be back in just a second. I gotta take care of something. Okay.
No problem. Yeah, I'm not trying to push fear porn here. It's just in my mind, I think of all possibilities. It doesn't look good right now. I could see us overreacting to something bad that happens, and Biden will try and impose martial law because he's misinformed about what really happened and shit like that. And if he tries to start doing like crazy executive orders, anything that has to do with the Second Amendment, you'll see a civil war. I guarantee it. If they go after the guns big time, yep, that's going to be the turning point.
There might not be a civil war. There might be a secession. A lot of states seceding.
Yes, that's possible as well.
And it may do the job instead of a civil war.
I would hope, but like you said, plan for the worst, hope for the best.
And of course, the former vice president occupant might wind up trying to use federal troops, but half of his military is defecting right now.
Yep.
This is like Soviet shit.
Yep.
They're defecting now. They don't want to serve under him.
They don't want to take the vaccination. That's their excuse that they're going to use.
That's one excuse, but a lot of them don't want to take the vaccination or serve under him.
I heard the other day that there are over 70,000 personnel in the Air Force alone that, if they don't get the vaccine within the next week, they're going to be, officially declared, receivable of a military, trial. They'll be charged.
Okay. Charge me then.
So watch for mass. What do they call it in the military when you're a no-show? AWOL. You're gonna see a lot of people going AWOL.
Yeah, it'll happen, and it's going to be over half the military.
Yep.
Because
that might be why a lot of that surveillance shit's up in the air right now, is because they're worried. They want to be able to track the people that aren't showing up for work.
Well, they're already having other federal employees that are leaving. School teachers, all kinds of people are leaving right now. Postal workers. Wait till it shuts the post office down, because I don't think they're going to be exempt.
No.
That's going to utterly, it's all it's going to do is leave this current de facto administration in a quandary.
Yeah.
And in a weakened state. They're just
quagmire.
They always eat their own. They always eat their own. And then when the rest of the country sees this and feels the real impact of it,
there'll be a run on the banks. And then you'll watch the economic system fall apart.
Because his mandates are not law.
No.
They're not law. They're just
they want to make you think that they're law.
Yeah, they're not law. Presidential mandate, CDC mandate, that's not law. Yeah. And it's not even being done legally anyway. It's not being legally done, so it's not going to ever become law. It's going to create more lawlessness.
Oh
Well,
man,
I don't know about you, Bill, but Washburn Billy's thinking that they want to bring the UN in. Well, it's already been happening in small doses, but I can guarantee you that if I start seeing blue helmets in my neighborhood,
They're gonna
those
go.
blue helmets, they make nice fucking targets.
Oh yeah, they go
And
pop.
I have AP ammunition, so that's not an issue.
Oh, they're only rated up to 9mm.
Yep. They will not take a 5.56 round at 62 grains.
I hope they have face armor.
Yeah.
I hope they have face armor. The blue helmet ain't gonna do it.
Shoot them in the upper leg near the groin. Go for the femoral.
Straight to the ball sack. I'm going for ball sack shots.
Shoot them so that they tie up the medics and shoot the officers first.
Shoot their feet. Their
Shoot
feet
the radio men.
and their hips.
Well, they all got radios now. What am I thinking?
A shot to the hip. That's so debilitating.
Shot to the foot. They can't walk.
I got shot in the butt. I'm shot in the buttocks.
Oh, I said foot, not butt.
No, I'm just remembering Forrest Gump.
I got shot in the buttocks.
Imagine him explaining that. I was wearing body armor, but I got shot in the buttocks. And that body armor, that's not even rated for the shit I've got.
Yeah, that's another thing that I'm going to be in the market for in the next year. I need to buy new body armor. Mine's about set to expire.
That's the other good thing about AR-500 is it doesn't expire.
Yeah, I might just look into that.
It's heavy.
The stuff that I got, they're not metal. They're all, I think they're a ceramic core with a lot of fibers around it. I only paid like $80 for, 2 plates. So, and they're class 3. So they're set to expire in about 4 or 5 months, I think. So I need to get something new. And the old ones, I'll take out, the next time I go to the range and just blow the fuck out of them.
That's a nice thing about shotguns. You load it with the right stuff, and I'll tell you right now, it's going to find a hole.
Oh, yeah.
His body armor is not gonna work for that, especially nylon, whatever, condor vest or whatever. Well, civilians might be packing some freaking. Wait until they throw some dragon's breath at you, freaking line all that shit up and start melting right on your body.
All those different kind of exotics that FireQuest sells.
Yeah.
Dragon's breath, flechet rounds, Rhodesian jungle, and all that crazy shit.
Imagine having a fully auto shotgun, all loaded with bolo rounds. Just hearing it and looking at it would just be awesome. Just hearing this.
I would get a hard on. Just watch
I would get fully auto with bolo rounds. I mean, bolo rounds flying through the air everywhere.
Well, think about those the automatic. I think they're called Mark 25s, the 40mm grenade launchers.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 and then you like a second later you hear crump, 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 crump.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, it was like the grenade launchers I'm familiar with are the rotary ones. It's like a revolver kind of thing.
Yeah.
But they're a lot faster than that. They're like more like boom, 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 boom.
Well, dude, the Special Forces has been using for probably the last 5 or 6 years, like over in Afghanistan. They have a new version of the handheld. It's a single shot handheld 40 millimeter grenade launcher, and it's about the size of like a Desert Eagle pistol, and it's super lightweight.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't even know what it's called. I've seen it in a couple of videos before, but it's like, and it's side loading. Like you cock the barrel to the left and feed it from the left and snap it back in, and it's like it weighs about probably about like the same size as like a 38 revolver.
Oh, cool.
Super lightweight, yeah.
Probably something for cops, it sounds like. For
Well,
flash.
maybe for like tear gas and shit for crowd control, yeah. But the Army uses the full explosive.
Oh, yeah.
40 millimeters.
Yeah, we use them in the well, we used to have flashbangs. We had
still get flashbang. I can buy flashbangs right now if I want to.
Yeah, they're good for crowd control.
I know a place in Arizona that has them in stock.
Definitely shock and awe, flashbangs are. But actually, I like the idea of smoke.
I can get smoke from the same place.
I want green smoke.
I can get tear gas grenades from the same place.
Text it to me.
Let me see.
Well, I guess you could text it to me.
It's J is in Jack, G is in George, S is in Sal. Yeah, jgsales.com.
Prescott, Arizona. Yeah, I know who they are.
Dude, you know that I almost went to college in Prescott.
Oh, yeah.
Prescott College. I later found out that I'm glad that I didn't go because it turned out to be a major liberal compound. But they had a really good outdoor education program. And I was looking, when I was thinking about becoming a park ranger, I wanted to go there to get my degree.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. Oh. I heard Prescott's a nice town.
Yeah, it's 4 seasons there. It's a little higher altitude than the rest of Arizona, so the only other places I can think of is Sedona and Prescott, and what do you call it? Flagstaff is up pretty high too.
Yeah,
pine trees, full winters.
I'm actually, if I realize my plans in the next couple of years as far as my inheritance goes with this property, I'm considering signing up for that Sedona Institute to get certified as a gunsmith.
You ought to.
Yeah, that's on the top of my list for things to do after I move out of here and start over.
I thought about being a gunsmith, but I don't know if I want to sit in a chair that long. I'd rather actually work on a firearms assembly plant.
Yeah, they're hiring, and the ammunition plants too. I heard there was a new startup ammo plant somewhere out west in the desert. I don't know if it was Arizona or New Mexico or what, but there's a new plant that opened up. First new ammo company in like 20 years in the U.S.
Oh, north of me, up in Idaho, they got CCI, and then they've got, I think, Lake City.
Yep, they're still kicking out.
So there's a few places around me. and there's a lot of people around here that are remanufacturing ammo.
Yes.
So I mean, if you really want to build up a cache of 223 or something like that, I would look at getting reloaded ammo, because you could build up a cache.
The search aggregator that I use for ammo online, the top results for whatever you're buying are all remanufactured right now, or Russian stuff, steel cased Russian Tula and Bear and all that shit.
Well, Biden cut that off. We can't get any more of that now.
Well, they're working off their back stock in the warehouses. They've got tons of it. It's very reasonably priced online right now for 223, 5.56, 9mm, 7.62, 3.9, 5.1, 5.4, all the big stuff. But I think the only kind that I would want to run is there's a few companies like Barnall is one of them. They do either steel or aluminum cased rifle rounds that have a polymer coat over the steel, so it helps cycle better in your rifle. And it's a couple bucks more, than a regular untreated steel case stuff, but I think it would run better in some of my shit.
Yeah, there's some good companies around. There's Black Hills Ammo. There's not sure, the Black Hills is kind of runs lots of certain calibers, but they make a lot of larger rifle calibers, and they make some revolver ammo. They may have 223. I don't know. I'd look them up. And then there's another Montana one. I'm trying to remember the name of that one.
I know. I can't think of the name of it either, but I know what you're talking about. I've got some of their bear loads from those guys. HSM? Hunter Shack?
Nope.
Oh.
There might be quite a few actually ammo manufacturers up in Montana.
Yeah, that's a Patriot Redoubt.
Yep. Same thing with the Panhandle of Idaho.
Hey, big Hollywood movie director, thank you for dropping by. It was nice talking to you. That's all I'm going to say. Because the numbers for likes and dislikes, they mean absolute shit.
Yeah.
Ugh. Dude, I actually saw it. I'm going to have to check again in a little bit tonight. I came across a deal in my email today. One of the websites that I get email from for deals had MagTech 10mm rounds for my Glock. A box of 50 for $32.99. That's a super deal.
Oh yeah. Well, we only have one rule on this channel.
Yep.
Don't be a dick.
Don't be a dick.
That's the only
and
one.
I'm not banning anybody tonight because we're not going to be on much longer. I'm going to call it the top of the hour. But yeah, if you're going to be a dick, I'm just going to ignore you.
Actually, a thumbs down actually helps the channel.
Yes, it does. Dude, I don't care which button you hit. I appreciate you coming in. 'Cause We'll welcome in anybody from any viewpoint as long as you're not a dick.
I'm an actor. I'm a big Hollywood actor.
Yeah, you are. Dude, I was just watching last week. I've been on a fucking Clint Eastwood kick, and I was watching the Dollars trilogy. God, he had such a distinctive face. I remember reading, I think on his Wikipedia page, that like his director at one point of the career that he was in, like he got the role, and the director pulled him aside. He said, "Yeah, you can have this role, but I need to give you some money to get some plastic surgery done on your face. You're just too mean and ugly looking." He's like, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
And Hollywood, there is only one race, and that's the human race. And if you're not in the human race or against it, fuck off. We are not racist here. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say. So how's your weather been lately?
It's been cold. We've been in the high. Our high temperatures have been like in the low 40s.
Wow.
Yeah, we're on the
We're very unseasonably warm here right now. We've been for like the last 3 going on 4 weeks, up in anywhere from mid 60s, but mostly mid 70s to 80s. Like it was fucking 87 degrees here 3 days ago. But after this rain came through tonight, it's cooling things down. They're saying later today it's only going to be a high of 58, which I like. I'm done with the heat.
Well, up here in Peckerwood Heights, in the Heights part of it, we've already had snow.
Yeah.
So, Peckerwood Heights, Mississippi, that is.
Oh, now, I don't think you were here at the time. Earlier in the stream, I was talking to somebody else about this thing I saw in the news today. Over in Arizona, they're going through their monsoon season right now, and they had this weird animal that they only discovered last year scientifically, and this thing is popping up like crazy because of the monsoon season. They call it the dinosaur shrimp. This thing is probably about 6 to 10 inches long, and it looks like a miniature horseshoe crab, and it has 3 eyes.
Where?
In Arizona.
Are they edible?
Yeah, it's a little crustacean. They call it a shrimp, but the thing looks like a miniature horseshoe crab.
Oh wow.
And it's got this prong tail. It looks weird as fuck. Like something out of like literally, Simpsons had the 3-eyed fish.
Yeah.
This is like a 3-eyed miniature horseshoe crab.
Weird. And is that because of the rain they had or what?
The rain that they've had has been pushing it out, out of whatever habitat they've been living in. So like they're popping up everywhere.
Weird.
I'll pull up a picture of it. Hang on one second. Still working on it. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm sharing it now. Tell me that thing ain't freaky as fuck.
Oh my gosh, they eat them?
Oh, I don't know about that, but they're popping out of the ground.
That is weird.
Yeah, like that black mass on the head side is a cluster of 3 eyes.
Wow.
And the back end of the tail is like 2 pincers. It looks like almost like an earwig, if you know what that is. Yeah, it's fucked up.
That is really weird. So do they know what it is or what?
Yeah, they just discovered it like a month ago. And they call it like a trioculus or something like that.
They probably
about it, I guess.
They've probably seen fossils of them or something.
Yeah, they're calling it a living fossil.
It's just something that went into a hatch, I guess. That's weird. We have a type of fish here that is a very unique fish to our area. They're called, it's called rainfish, rainwater fish.
I've never heard of those.
Yeah, when we have a really, really wet year, a lot of ponds and stuff, these fish will just come out of nowhere. They're little small, really small little fish. And then when everything dries up, they just die. And I guess they go into a breeding cycle and they lay eggs and everything. And then when the water all dries up, they don't come back until the rain comes.
Yeah, the eggs are probably like buried in the mud.
Yeah. Let's see. I've noticed some grasshoppers this year that look like they are on the verge of going full-blown locust. They transition into a locust if they get stimulated to that swarm stimulation. And some of them had stripes. They were red. They had reddish color to them and stuff. When you see, they are a grasshopper. It is the same grasshopper. It's just that there's certain stimulation that makes them go into locust swarm mode.
Yeah, around here we have 2 major species, the grasshoppers. One of them is a greenish brown and one is red. And we get them every year. This year actually has been particularly bad. Even it's still going on right now. When I left for work today to walk in, I was going through the yard by the field, and I probably kicked up 1,000 of them just walking through the yard.
You might be on the verge of a locust plague.
Well, they're not acting like locusts; they're just being normal, stupid grasshoppers.
Yeah, okay, but these weren't acting like locusts. They were just starting to take on the attributes of locusts. They had not become full locust yet.
I used to like to go back by my pond and kick grasshoppers into the pond to feed the fish. Feeding frenzy, free food.
See, and I didn't even know that locust was the same species as a grasshopper. All it is it's they
it's a
discovered.
subspecies.
No, they're the same. They
Oh,
transition into a locust if they get stimulated.
yeah, it's probably something pheromone related.
It is.
Yeah.
They discovered it in a laboratory in Australia. They were doing tests to see what because people Aboriginal people were saying that they were the same, and they were testing them in a laboratory, and the guy was like, these hairs on the side of their leg, if they brush up against other grasshoppers with these hairs on the side of their leg, it stimulates them into swarm mode, and they get all pumped up full of testosterone or whatever, and even the females, and they change colors, and they start to get bright colors with stripes on them, and that's your locusts. That's what grasshoppers are. Same exact creature. They just change their color and everything and get bigger. They get bigger too.
Yeah,
and they get voracious.
When they go into locust mode, they're like bulking up their bodies so that they can travel long distances.
Right. To swarm.
Yeah.
Yep. And they eat everything in sight. And because they get this voracious appetite, and they just follow the leader, and they can fly across oceans. They get up really high altitude.
Yep.
They'll go really high.
They'll show up on radar.
Yeah.
We have the same thing here in Ohio along the shore of Lake Erie. We get these annual migrations of insects out of Canada that come south across the lake, and they call them Canadian soldiers. And they look about the cross between a big mosquito and a crane fly, if you know what that is.
I don't.
A crane fly is like basically a huge mosquito, but it doesn't bite. It's like 10 times the size of a mosquito.
Probably a male, I presume.
Well, both male and female. You get them. They come over across the lake, and then they mate. They're attracted to light. So, like any kind of, if you got an outdoor light above your door outside, or like the lighting at gas stations and stores and shit.
Well, so they're not a mosquito, though.
No, they're classified, I think, as a midge. But they're nasty. They get into everything, and buildings get covered up with them. Like at my store, it was really bad about 5-6 years ago. Like they were covering the windows. It was gross as fuck. Same thing with the mayfly hatches.
Yeah, we have them bad here.
Oh yeah, they're nasty. Like we had a mayfly hatch 4 years ago. It got so bad at the store that I had to bring out the snow shovel to clear the sidewalk around the building. It was like a carpet of like disgustingness.
We had clouds of these little white flies this year. I don't know what they were. Just clouds of them. I mean, it's all you could do to keep them in. They were so thick. You almost breathe them in. They do fly on your ears, go in your nose, everything, in your eyes.
Yeah. We get that occasionally over here. What we did get that was really strange. Like 2 months ago, when we had that last hurricane that came up to the Gulf Coast and went north across the country.
Yeah.
It pushed some kind of moth. Like in the storm, it pushed all these moths up north. And this particular species of moth, when they're in their one of their earlier stages, they're a caterpillar, more like a cutworm, and they started killing everybody's lawns like grubs. Yeah, people were getting. They were calling up all the local exterminators and lawn care companies because their lawns were dying like overnight.
Wow.
Fucking worms.
Well, I imagine you probably get a lot of stuff come out of the Midwest that's noxious. Midwest has a lot of nasties like that.
Well, everything. We're right in the middle of the Gulf Stream, so anything west and northwest of us, if they got an infestation, it ends up here.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, so it's the Gulf Stream that you're talking about coming out of the Gulf and going up into your area. Okay.
No, it's not that Gulf Stream. It's the main Gulf Stream. Comes out of Canada and moves east across the northern part of the country. And once it hits like Lake Superior, it bends south and follows the line of the Great Lakes, and then out over the East Coast, and then it moves its way up the Atlantic over to England.
Okay. Yeah, see, most of our stuff comes out of the Pacific Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it does come down out of the Arctic. We do get Arctic blasts, probably out of Alaska or somewhere. Siberia. There's another one that's called the Siberian Express, and that one could really be destructive. That's a really hard winter. Siberian Express. And there's one, it's weird, up in Great Falls, Montana. They get some kind of a tropical blast that goes through, and it could be dead of winter everywhere around Great Falls, but not in Great Falls.
Microclimate.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm kind of in a microclimate myself because of the lakes. Any of the major storm systems that come through on this Gulf Stream heading, from the west, once they hit the westernmost point of Lake Erie, they tend to break up. So we don't get as much as thunderstorms and the long soaking rains as like other places like 20 miles south of us.
You've heard of what they call the Ice Age Plateau.
Mm-hmm.
So just about 15. I think it's about 15 or 30 miles north of Great Falls is that plateau where the glacier. It's the glacial plateau.
Yeah.
So the soil makes a total change, and it's real steep inclines to go north past there.
Yeah, out my way, we have a similar feature. It's called the Niagara Escarpment.
Yeah.
And it extends like, all right, well, where I'm at, I'm on the south shore of Lake Erie. That was like the southernmost point where the glaciers made it before they started receding. And the main road that's about a third of a mile north of me was actually it runs east to west, and it was the ancient shoreline at the largest historical size of the Lake Erie. And there's receding ridges between here and the current shoreline that you can see the ancient shorelines. Yeah, it's kind of cool. So I used to have beachfront property like 500 feet down the road from me.
Yeah. Before you were born.
Oh, yeah. All right. Hey, man, it's closing out 4 o'clock here. I'm going to be shutting down.
All right.
So, damn good talking to you, brother.
Yeah,
Thanks
same.
for keeping me company.
Haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll talk to you later. And Washburn, Billy, thanks for being in there.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Anybody else still lurking? I know there's a few of you. Thanks for dropping in tonight. And we'll catch you on the flip side. Peace out.